right now on landmarks. We will start the meeting in a couple of minutes. We have to start before 5:15. We're waiting on the preservation planner who's having a few technical difficulties. And once we get that resolved, we'll get underway. Thank you.
And again, for the attendees joining us, if you did register to speak, please make sure your name as listed matches the name you registered with, so we know who you are. Thank you.
Joe, we have Heather successfully connecting.
Great.
Can't hear her, but...
Here we are. Heather.
Thank you. Sorry about the drama. I'm now.
Yay. Sounds good.
Okay. Great. I'm going to get us started then.
Sounds
All right.
Good. Yep.
Welcome, everyone. I want to call this meeting of the Landmarks Commission to order on Monday, May 4th, 2020 at 5:11 p.m. This is our first, hopefully of not many, virtual meetings. So we have some housekeeping to take care of once we do a brief roll call. Ms. Bailey, do you want to manage that?
Sure. So for the roll call, Chair Anna Andrzejewski.
Here.
Vice Chair Katie Kalashewski.
Here.
Rich Arneson.
Here.
Betty Banks. Arvina Martin.
Here.
David McLean.
Here.
Maurice Taylor.
Here.
Okay, great. I want to turn it over to talk about some technical issues in terms of how the meeting will run tonight.
Thank you. Welcome to our virtual Landmarks Commission meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. To the members of the Landmarks Commission and city staff, the chair, clerk, and tech facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting commission members. Please be mindful that during any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted until completed, at which time the chair will place panelists back on mute. Voting will be considered unanimous. However, if you object to a unanimous vote, please use the raise hand feature when the chair asks for objections. After clicking participants at the bottom of your screen, you can find the raise hands feature at the bottom of your participants list. Also, use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. This includes staff who are being asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Please wait for the chair to unmute you before speaking. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. If you are watching the live stream, please mute the stream now. There is a 30 to 40 second delay, and the audio will cause feedback when you are unmuted. Members of the public who have registered to speak. When your name is called, the facilitator will find your name, matching the name you provided in your registration, and permit you to speak. If your name does not match, you will not be permitted to speak. Please wait until you are unmuted to begin talking. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. If you need to share documentation with the Landmarks Commission, please send it via email to landmarkscommission, it's one word, at cityofmadison.com. Unless there are questions of you, you will be unable to speak for the remainder of the meeting. If you would still like to register, go to the clerk's website and click on Meeting Schedule. In order to keep the meeting with the best quality we can, if you do not wish to speak, we encourage you to go watch the meeting streamed live at cityofmadison.com/city channel or at the City of Madison YouTube channel, or you can find us on Charter Digital 994 and AT&T Uverse 99. Chair, the floor is yours.
Great. I just want to tack on to a few things that were said. We are going to try the raise hand feature, as Joe talked about, as the means of running our meeting. Please use it. I would imagine if you start waving your hands hysterically, we will see you. Someone will see you, and we will make sure that you're recognized. I also wanted to alert the commissioners. Sometimes we run this meeting a little bit looser, perhaps, than it will be running tonight, in the sense that sometimes we will ask questions of registrants after the public hearing is closed. But I would like the commissioners to make a special effort tonight to follow Robert's rules and to ask all questions of registrants during the public hearing portion. Okay, so please be on your A game tonight, just because we can't keep turning on and off mics. Finally, in the name of efficiency, because Zoom meetings tend to not always be the most efficient just because of tech delays, if something has been stated, there is no need to restate it 8 or 9 times. So if a point has been made, I understand you might want to add to that point, but there's no need to reiterate the same point over and over again. So I beg of you, in the interest of efficiency, to adhere to that rule. All right, with that, I think we can go ahead and get started. Our first item tonight is approval of the minutes from way back, February 17th, 2020. If you'd like to move approval, I can recognize you. Okay, I see Rich Arneson moving approval, and Commissioner McLean seconding. All those in favor, raise your actual hands for an aye. Opposed? Great. The next item on the agenda is public comment. Ms. Bailey, do we have anyone wishing to speak to an item not on the agenda tonight, registered as part of public comment?
I am not currently showing any registrations for items not on the agenda.
Okay, wonderful. We will move on to disclosures and recusals. Commissioners, if you have anything to disclose or you need to recuse yourself from any items on the agenda, now is the time to raise your hand. Alder McLean, let's see if I can unmute you. Yes. Commissioner McLean, sorry.
No, it's fine. I didn't even pay attention, actually. Disclosure is in regards to, where did it go? The 935 West Johnson Street. I just do work for the university in physical plant, facilities planning and management.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners need to recuse or disclose? Commissioner Katie, let's see. All right, Katie.
I previously worked for the State Historic Preservation Office, which is reviewing the demolition of this project. However, I am no longer with them and have no oversight over the project, so this is a disclosure, not a recusal.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anything else?
I'm just noticing that commissioners are actually physically raising their hand. If we could just get in the habit of actually using the raise hand feature at the bottom of your participants tab. Thank you.
And Joe, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not sure that they've been doing it, but I'm not seeing it appearing on my screen. Okay, great. Okay. So with that, we're going to take up our first public hearing item. This is Legistar number 59706, a project at 1610 Chadbourne Avenue involving the demolition of an existing garage structure in the University Heights Historic District and in the 5th Aldermanic District. I want to open the public hearing. and I will turn it over to Ms. Bailey. Do you need me to run the PowerPoint, or can you do it?
I am able to run the PowerPoint. Tech staff, if you could pull up the registrants for this item, that was one of the things that went down with my crash. I will pull this up in between items.
Sure. Yep. We have one registrant wishing to speak. Who is here?
Okay. All right. I will shift to the presentation. Okay. What we have before us, let me put that in presentation mode, is an application to demolish an existing garage. What you see up here in this screen is an aerial view from our GIS with, I had the little red boundary to show where the existing garage is. Oh, and I am not looking at the right screen. So the proposed work is to demolish the existing concrete block garage and replace it with, resurface the parking lot and just leave that as a part of the overall surface parking lot. For history of the property, I do not have a date of construction for the garage. It does appear in the 1942 Chadbourne map for this property. It is very simple and utilitarian in nature. For the property, I've got some street views where it shows that the existing garage is significantly below grade and not visible from the street, and certainly not part of a street facade. For ethical standards, we are looking at the standards for demolition or removal, and also the standards for parking lots, since the University Heights Historic District has standards related to creation of new parking lots. This, however, is not creation of a new parking lot. This is about resurfacing of an existing parking lot and converting one part of the existing parking area to being surface parking instead of covered parking. We did receive a comment from the alder of that oversees this historic district, Alder Badar, and she approves the proposal. Staff is recommending, staff believes the standards for granting a certificate of appropriateness are met and recommends Landmarks Commission approve the request.
Okay.
And if people want to get out of the full screen mode, just go to the view options at the top of your Zoom window and click exit full screen mode, or press escape on your keyboard. That'll bring up the participants list as well.
Okay. All right. I'm showing, I don't know if Ms. Bailey can see it, but that we have one registrant on this item wishing to speak, registered in support, and that is Mitch Blazik.
That is correct.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, the floor is yours. If you have about 3 minutes to speak to the project.
Yeah, I guess nothing really further to add than what was previously discussed. Just looking to look for approval on the project of removing the existing garage and resurfacing the driveway that's currently in place.
Okay, if that is all, I assume you will take questions from commissioners.
Yep.
Does anyone wish to ask any questions? You use the raise hand button in the bottom of your participant screen, your panelist screen. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, there are no other registrants on this item, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so with that, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, I would entertain a motion on this item. Or discussion.
Arneson and has his hand up. Got 4 hands up right now.
Oh, I see it. Okay, there we go. All right. Commissioner Arneson, you have the floor. Except we can't hear you. Hold on.
Oh, there you go. I'll move approval.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Katie.
I will move to second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please physically raise your hand. Any objections? Okay, seeing none, item is approved. All right, everybody with me. This is really, really weird. Okay, it's weird not to get any like sound feedback. I'm seeing you all laughing, but there's no sound feedback. All right, moving on to Legistar item number 59707. This is a project at 2122 Chadbourne Avenue, also in the University Heights Historic District, the 5th Aldermanic District. This project involves the demolition of an existing garage structure, construction of a new garage structure, and construction of an addition to a principal structure in the University Heights Historic District. And I will turn it over to Ms. Bailey.
If I could just interrupt for a second. For future votes, if you could just ask if you could record it as a unanimous vote, and then
Okay.
Ask if there's any objections. If so, raise your hand.
Okay.
It's just easier that way. Thank you.
Got it. Yep.
Okay, so for the property in question, this is a certificate of appropriateness for 2122 Chadbourne. The proposed work is to demolish an existing garage and construct a new garage. There were some elements related to this application with zoning and some information from the State Historic Preservation Office that we need to do additional work on. So those two items of the application are being deferred at the moment. The proposal is, pardon me, to construct a two-story addition on the rear of the house, on top of the existing rear addition. Also, that involves replacement of the rear window in the rear dormer. For history of the property, this house was constructed. It's in 1920. It's a colonial revival. The character-defining features are a pedimented roof over the porch, which you can see there in the picture, and it also has shutters on the historic windows. This house was originally constructed for Winfield Root, who was a history professor at UW, but more notably, it was after that the house for George S. Bryan, who was a botany professor at UW and really quite a fascinating individual. So for the construction, there is an existing addition off the back of the building that was approved as part of a previous certificate of appropriateness a number of years ago. This would create more space that you see both goes adjacent to the existing rear addition and also up above it. In order to accommodate the new roof line, they will need to make modifications to the windows that are there in that rear-facing dormers so that water does not start intruding on the windows there. We have some additional elevations. You'll notice there from the diagram that for the part that is not currently over the existing addition, there is a little bit of an inset to provide differentiation between the new addition and the historic structure. For the area where the addition is already in place, it would continue a continuous wall plane with the historic building, just as the current addition does. However, there will be differentiation by a difference in roof planes. So for applicable standard, we're talking about 41.24. Sub 5 for standard is for review of exterior alterations and repairs. And we're looking at the height. This new addition is not taller than the existing historic structure. This is also an addition that is not visible from the street. So the design needs to be compatible and with the scale of the existing structure. Materials used need to be compatible with the existing materials, and they're talking about using the same materials that are in place on the historic house. Additions and alterations shall harmonize with the architectural design of the structure rather than contrast with it, and I think that they have done that. Roof shape, this is a slightly different roof shape, but it is following a line that will allow water to continue to shed off the roof and continue to function. It is not in contrast to the existing historic roof. And they'll be using the same type of roofing materials. Again, Alder Bedard has provided us a comment saying that she approves the proposal. Staff believes that the standards for granting our certificate of appropriateness are met and recommends Landmarks Commission approve the request for the addition on the house and refer consideration of the demolition of the garage and construction of a new garage to a future meeting when we have additional meeting materials for that.
Okay, Thank you very much. All right, for this agenda item, I see 2 registrants, but it looks really like 1. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, same address and everything. So yeah.
Okay. So Douglas Paul registered in support and is not, is wishing to speak. I forgot to open the public hearing on this item because I'm pressing buttons on my computer. So the public hearing is open. And Mr. Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is Douglas Powell from R.O. Eberly Architects, and I'm working with the owner on the project, and I really only wanted to speak if there were questions or any other comments that needed addressing on my behalf about the project. So Heather did a great job explaining it.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any commissioners who have any questions of the registrant on this item? I'm giving them just a second to see if I see any raised hands. Okay, I do not. So thank you very much. I'm going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, any discussion, or I will entertain a motion on this item. Okay, Katie. I think I unmuted you.
Yes.
Okay.
I will motion to refer the garage issue to a future meeting, and I move approval of the addition.
Okay, great. Rich, I think I got you. It's not unmuting. There we go.
No, I'll say it.
Okay. Let's see. Commissioner Taylor, do you have something you wish to add here?
I was going to second it, but I think Rich beat me to it, so I'll make it a third for that.
Okay. Sorry, this is a bit slow. Okay. All right. We have a motion on the table. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed, please physically raise your hand. Okay, this is a unanimous vote for approval on item number 2, 59707 in Legistar. Thank you. Moving on to item number 3, Legistar 59709, a project at 202 Forest Street, also in the University Heights District, the 5th Aldermanic District, involving the construction of an addition to the principal structure. Ms. Bailey?
Okay. Okay, so here we have a view of the subject property. This one has some unusual conditions. We'll go ahead and open out and say that this property is unusual in that it is a corner property, and University Heights talks about street facades and facades facing the street. However, the primary facade, which is where the front door is on neither of the street facades. It's facing an interior lot line. So what you have here is a view from the street of the front of the house, which is really on, as far as the lot is concerned, the side. So proposed work is to construct a single-story addition and deck to the side of the house. There are also pergola brackets that would be attached to the garage that would end up projecting over the deck. There's also proposal to reconfigure the stairs of the front doors so that they are more accessible to the front of the property as opposed to just the front of the house. So for history of the property, this is a craftsman style building constructed in 1915. Its character defining features are stucco cladding, flared pilasters, and a flared roof. There was an enclosed porch that is now a 2-story addition coming off of what would be the functional back of the house, but is a street facade, and that was approved as part of a certificate of appropriateness in 1991. This was originally constructed for Lee Hollander, who was a German and Scandinavian languages professor at UW, and later was the home of Carl Kurtenacker, who was a commissioner on the State Highway Commission. So here we have some drawings showing the proposal. So you see the existing building is there on the right-hand side. The addition is both an enclosed single-story portion and then the screened porch. You'll see that it is inset from the sides of the existing historic building, which allows this addition to not interfere with the flared pilasters on the side of the historic building. You also see that the deck comes out very close to the existing garage, but it is not physically connected. Here we have some views from the street view. Again, though this is the functional backside of the house. The way the design is it creates this progression of the roof lines. You have a very shallow pitched roof for the fully enclosed addition, and then a flat roof for the enclosed screened porch area. There are some minor decorative details in the railing for the deck that I think allow it to be speaking in the same architectural vocabulary as the rest of the elements on the house, while not including a distinctive and very character-defining feature that would interfere with the historic character of the house. From this angle, we are able to see the proposed reconfiguration of the stairs, rather than stairs just coming off the front of the house, which again is the side of the property, reorienting the stairs so they would face more towards the where the sidewalk is, where pedestrians would be accessing the actual door. There's also inclusion of a railing. These are minimal details, again, not introducing a conjectural element. So here we have some views around the property to get you a better feel of the existing porch situation and also the views of the property from the street. So ethical standards, we're talking about standards for review of exterior alterations. For height, the addition is not taller than the existing historic building, so it maintains that standard. This is also coming into play with alterations visible from the street and to street facades, also additions and exterior alterations and not visible from the street. And the proposal, I believe, meets those standards. The roof shape for the addition, I think, is complementary to the historic roof. It does not interfere with the historic roof, and it does not seek to create a false sense of history by recreating that flared roof area. And the roof materials that they're proposing for those shallow pitched and flat roof meet the standards for that type of roof. Alder Bedar sent in her comment to say that she approves of the proposal. Staff recommendation, staff believes that the standards for granting a certificate of appropriateness are met and recommends Landmarks Commission approve the request with the following condition. Final window and door specifications be approved by staff.
Okay, great. Thank you. I see we have 3 registrants on this item on the agenda. With that, I want to open the public hearing, and I'd like to ask Ed Linville, registered in support, to come to the mic, and I have you down as wishing to speak.
Hi, I hope you guys can hear me.
We can.
Great. Thank you again for Heather's report and information. The concept is simply to not have a conflict at all with the existing beauty of the existing structure, and to create kind of a so-called domestic side of the house, and then the porch actually being, a contribution to more naturalization on the lot. It's a beautifully. We've got an old oak tree we're able to maintain, and in fact, that was one of our beginning parts of our discussion about the whole design. So we're very appreciative of that. So as the architect, I would appreciate an approval and feel it's appropriate to the concept and the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any commissioners have any questions for Mr. Linville? Please raise your hand in the participant chat if you do. Okay, thank you. Please stay on the line just in case a question does arise. I want to read into the record the other registrants. Stephen Sauer of 202 Forest Street registered in support, not wishing to speak but available to answer questions. And Jen Sauer, also of 202 Forest Street, also registered in support and available for questions. Joe, no other registrants have come in on this item, I take it?
There's one more registered in support, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. David Parmenter from 206 Forest Street.
Okay, great. Do the commissioners have any questions for any of the registrants before I close the public hearing? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Any commissioners want to discuss this item, or I will entertain a motion? Okay, let's see. All right, Commissioner McLean.
Thank you. I guess the only really thing I want to kind of go on the record is it because it is such a unique property and its setting and siting and everything. It almost, well, like at first I was kind of looking at the one elevation front down to the porch. It looks like it's becoming more of a formal entrance, but maybe that's not the case. Maybe it's just the illustration. But I guess my only comment really is when this is all over and done with, if the main entrance still does have that orientation towards the inner part of the yard, because it is so odd and essentially something you don't see very frequently, you're kind of ashamed to lose it, if that makes any sense. As a primary, as time goes on, to not have it recognized as a primary entrance still.
Okay. Any other commissioners wish to add anything? Ms. Bailey, did you want to respond to that?
Sure. So these two entrances, the new one that will be coming in behind the screened-in porch, while there is a pedestrian access with the stairs that go up onto the deck, the entrance that would be coming in is hidden behind the screened-in porch, and so I think that makes it. It sets it up in a way that it will still, I think, read and function as a secondary entrance to the property. Unless you know where you're going, I don't think you necessarily know that there would be a door there that the random stranger coming to the property would know that that's where they need to go. If anything, I think by restructuring the stairs to the primary door, instead of them pointing right off to the side property line, by introducing steps that then point you towards the street, then that enhances it as being a primary entrance. Does that make sense?
Alder McLean, did you have anything to in response?
No, just thank you for
McLean. Sorry, I'm pressing buttons.
No, I'm good. Thank you, Ms. Bailey. Much appreciated.
Great. All right. Any further discussion on this item? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Again, please use the raise your hand function. Okay, Commissioner Arneson, I think I've unmuted you.
You have. I will move approval.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear a second? Alder Martin. I'm getting the hang of this.
Very good. I second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please signify your voting yes by raising your hands. Okay. Any objections? I'm sorry, Ms. Commissioner Taylor, are you there? Were you objecting?
No.
I think
Using the
okay, I'd like to run that vote again just because I can't see and there was a delay, which may very well be my network. So
yeah, I think it's just easiest just to ask for unanimous vote and then ask if there's any objection.
Okay.
Instead of two raising
a unanimous vote on this item. This is item number 3. Please raise your hand if you agree with this unanimous vote on item 3. Okay, are there any objections? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, unanimous vote. Item number 3 passes unanimously. Okay, we're getting this. All right, I'm going to move on to item 4 on the agenda. This is Legistar 60137, a project at 1246 Spate Street, construction of a new garage structure in the Third Lake Ridge Historic District 6 Aldermanic District. I'll open the public hearing, hand it over to Ms. Bailey for a presentation.
Thank you for unmuting me. Okay, so we are talking about a certificate of appropriateness for 1246 Spate. The proposed work is construction of a 24-foot by 24-foot detached garage behind the principal structure. So for history of the property, this property currently does not have a garage. Historically, it did. It was a 3-car garage that was located in the far back of the property. The principal structure itself is a folk Victorian that was constructed in 1889. The rear of the house was sided in the 4/4 vinyl in 1995 per an approved certificate of appropriateness. The 1925 garage at the rear of the property was demolished in 1969, and there has not been a garage in place since then. What I want you to note from the Chadbourne map here is that there is a variety of configurations for where garages are located. Some were located up against the rear property line, but some of them were located much closer to the principal structure. So for the proposal, this is a simple functional garage, which is typical of the garages that we see in Third Lake Ridge. It is a gable front building. They're talking about doing vinyl siding to match the existing siding on the house. What we see is a pedestrian door off the front and a garage door. This is a very simple building. We have a sliding window on the right side, which is the east side of the property. This will not be visible from the street. It is not on a street facade. So for applicable standards, Third Lake Ridge does not differentiate between primary structures and accessory structures. So the standards for new construction come into play for parcel zoned residential use. For the gross volume, this is in line with other garages within 200 feet. It is of a similar height as existing resources, proportion and rhythm of solids to voids in street facades. And so this does have a facade that is facing out towards the street. I think there is definitely room for an argument about whether this qualifies as a street facade, considering that is located well behind the principal structure. But it does have a similar configuration to other garages that are visible from the street. Design of the roof, again, this is the gable roof building, which is something that we see as very typical for garages in the vicinity. Rhythm of buildings and masses, and that's why I pointed out the location of garages, both historically and currently, is while this isn't where the historic garage was, this is in a location that is similar to other garages in the vicinity. Directional expression, it maintains that. Materials, patterns, and textures. I would say that it maintains that, but I've got one sort of condition on that. And landscape treatment. This is located in a similar way to other garages. Staff believes that the standards for granting a certificate of appropriateness are met and recommends Landmarks Commission approve the proposal with the following conditions. Staff approval of final specifications of the siding, garage door, and pedestrian door. For the siding, we have typically in the past, when we are approving vinyl siding, recommend that it have a smooth surface and not have a faux wood grain texture. For the garage doors, we have typically looked at the simple functional doors and not introducing a much more decorative element. And something similar for the pedestrian door. For garages, it needs to be a simple door, and again, not introducing a highly decorative element.
Okay, great. Do any commissioners have any questions for Ms. Bailey on this item? Okay, seeing none. I believe I have two registrants on this item. Julie Yonkin neither supports nor opposes and wishes to speak.
Julie is unmuted.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I'm gathering from the previous items that you've discussed that this may not actually be the appropriate venue, but I guess I'd like to go on record anyhow with a point related to this particular construction, and then perhaps one of the alder people or members of the commission could guide me in the right direction. So I own a home adjoining this property under discussion. In fact, my backyard shares 5 other backyards because I'm on the narrow end of that block. And really what I'm concerned about is the timing of the project rather so much than the architectural appropriateness. Because given that we are all sort of forced to be at home, we're at home homeschooling our 2 children, ages 4 and 8, and working at the same time. And, we have, as you probably saw from the map, we have an absolutely tiny postage stamp sized backyard, which constitutes the vast majority of our kids' exercise and our own mental health. And so, adding a construction project right across our fence to all of that is a very scary proposition at this particular moment. I don't begrudge someone the ability to have a garage. It's just more about, whether the approval by the Landmarks Commission leads this to be happening in a time when we basically have no escape from an active construction site. So, as I said, this may not be the appropriate venue for this kind of discussion, but if anyone has any thoughts about how that could be addressed in a fair and appropriate way, I would very much like to hear them.
Ms. Bailey?
So I think that is definitely a valid question and a valid concern. However, that element of this project is outside of the purview of the Landmarks Commission, unfortunately.
Do you have any suggestions about what arm of the city government we could contact to discuss that? And we'll certainly also contact the homeowner and, try to discuss it with them as well.
My recommendation would be certainly reach out to your alder, but also reach out to building inspection and building permitting and talk to them about the standards and processes that they have in place to address concerns like yours.
Okay, thank you all very much.
You're welcome.
All right, any commissioners have any further questions? Sorry, go ahead, Heather.
So, please feel free to email me and I will be happy to send you the contacts for reaching out to building inspection.
Great, thank you.
Okay, commissioners have any further questions or comments on this for this registrant? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, there's a second registrant on this item that I have, Tom Lamberson, registered in support of 1204 Enterprise Drive, available to answer questions on this project. Joe, nothing else has come in by way of registrants, I believe?
That's correct.
Okay. So do any of the commissioners have any further questions before I close the public hearing on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing on item 4 and ask commissioners if they have any questions for Ms. Bailey or the registrants or wish to discuss this. If not, I will entertain a motion. Okay, Commissioner McLean.
With staff recommendations as one of the caveats.
Great, thank you. Wow, this keeps jumping around. This is fascinating. All right, so I have a motion on the table. Was there a second?
If you lower their hand before you unmute them, they fall back into the queue. So unmute, let them speak, mute, lower hand.
That's what I'm trying to do. It keeps jumping around on the screen. So I sort of end up muting somebody else. So, all right. Alder Kaszewski, if I can do it. Okay, Katie, I think you're off.
Yeah, I will second the motion.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Commissioner Arneson.
Sorry, no, I was trying to second that, but I thought, never mind.
Just so people know, these hands are moving all around, up and down, so it's a little bit hard to manage. Okay, I'm going to, on this item, I'm going to actually assume a unanimous vote and then ask if there are any objections. If so, please raise your physical hand for this item. Okay, seeing none, this passes on a unanimous vote. Okay, do that right? Did I do that right, Joe?
Yeah, I would just ask them to actually use the raise hand feature instead of the physical raise hand if they have an objection. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Moving on to item 5 on the agenda, 60138. A project at 1254 Rutledge Street, demolition of an existing garage structure and construction of a new garage structure, also in the 3rd Lake Ridge Historic District, the 6th Aldermanic District. And I'll hand it over to Ms. Bailey.
Okay, so let me get this queued up. This is a property that the Landmarks Commission has seen recently for repairs and some alterations to the principal structure, and this is related to the detached garage. So what I have, this is a corner property, so I've got a view of the property where you can see the existing single-car garage. So the proposed work is to demolish the existing garage, construct a new garage in approximately the same location. The major change for the size is that it will be dimensioned to fit current cars as opposed to the size of vehicles that were in place whenever it was that this garage was constructed. So for information we have on the property, so the Queen Anne house was constructed in 1892. I do not have a date for the garage. It does appear in a 1942 Sanborn map. But I don't have any other information beyond that. It doesn't show up in our building permit record. So here we have a drawing showing the proposed location of the one-car garage. You have the existing and then the proposed extension. We have some views of the existing garage. This is a very simple and functional building. There is a slight difference in the siding materials on the existing garage. It has shiplap siding as opposed to the clapboard style that you see on the house. And so I think that in part speaks to the approximate age at which this building was constructed, which I would estimate probably circa 1940s, given the look. I could go as early as 30s, but I think we're more likely looking at 40s. So for the proposed replacement, you see some views on the right-hand side. So we've got the sides of the building with siding to match the house. So we're talking about clapboard, asphalt shingles to match the asphalt shingles that are on the house. The pedestrian door is simple in style and function. There are some trim details on the side that would face the neighboring property. For the front and back of the garage, this is a simple gable, front-facing gable style building, but they're talking about introducing shingle siding in the gable end and what they're calling a decorative wood bracket. I would call it a decorative truss, and more carriage style, more of a carriage style garage door. So for applicable standards, there's the demolition or removal standards. This particular garage does not appear to have a problem meeting any of those standards. This is not a particularly unique feature for the property. It is also not of the primary significance for the property in question. This is the principal building on the property is really the key defining feature of the historic property. We're also, though, looking at applicable standards for the new construction. So it meets the gross volume, height, and proportion of rhythm of solids and voids in the street facades. For the materials used in street facades, if this were a principal structure, then the decorative elements that they're proposing to include in the gable end would be fitting. However, for other garages in the vicinity, that would put it out of character. Otherwise, it appears to meet all of the other standards. So for garages in the vicinity, I've broken these out. There are some attached garages in the vicinity that speak to, I think, a post-World War II modification to their properties. This is different in that what we're talking about is an existing detached building and a proposal for replacing it with another detached garage. So looking at other detached garages in the vicinity, we have a mix of gable front and hipped roof. All of these are simple utilitarian and functional buildings. In the staff report, I talk about one of the few exceptions to being decorative that we see in Third Lake Ridge are some of the few remaining historic barns and some of the new garage structures that Landmarks Commission has approved in the past have included elements that allow it to speak to some of that more barn character. But for this building, I think what we would be looking at is the much more utilitarian style of garage that we see in Third Lake Ridge. So staff believes that the standards for granting a certificate of appropriateness are met and recommends the Landmarks Commission approve the project with the following conditions. Submit updated plans for staff approval with only clapboards in the gable end, not the decorative shingles and the decorative truss. Submit new specifications to staff with a garage door, more in keeping with the historic character of the district, and the final pedestrian door specifications for staff approval.
Okay, great. Can I ask if any of the commissioners have any questions for Ms. Bailey about the staff recommendation or anything in the staff report? Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. And I see we have one registrant, Mark Jensen of 1254 Rutledge Street, of the property, registered in support and available to answer questions. Is Mr. Jensen available?
Yes, he is.
Okay, great. So available to answer questions. Do any of the commissioners have questions of the registrant? Okay, Commissioner McLean.
Just like to ask the applicant if they had a chance to review the staff report and if they have any comments on staff comments.
Yes, I did have a chance to review the comments. I understand them. I think it's unfortunate that we're having to make it a less attractive garage, but I understand the reasoning.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions from any members of the commission for this registrant? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I will go ahead and close the public hearing unless Joe tells me there are any late breaking registrations on this item. Okay.
There are none.
Okay, so the public hearing is closed. Commission, this is a time for further discussion, questions of Ms. Bailey, or I will entertain a motion. Commissioner McLean.
Move approval with staff comments or staff recommendations, sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Arneson.
I'll second.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion from any of the commissioners? Please use the raise hand function. Okay. Sorry, this is jumping around, guys.
Okay.
Trying to mute everybody. Okay. Seeing none. This is really strange, some of the things that are going on out there. Okay, I'm going to take a vote on this item, assuming a unanimous vote. Are there any commissioners who object to a unanimous vote or object to this item? Please use the raise hand function in Zoom if you have an objection. All right, seeing none, this item passes unanimously. Good to go? All right. Moving on to item number 6 on the agenda, Legistar 60204, a project 7-11 North Pinckney Street, seeking a variance from the Historic Preservation Ordinance to allow the demolition of a designated Madison landmark in the 4th Aldermanic District. I want to open the public hearing, and then I will turn it over to Ms. Bailey for a report. We have many registrants, not many, we have quite a few registrants on this item, at least relative to the previous items. But we'll begin with a presentation from the preservation planner.
Unmute now. Thanks. Sorry again. So before us is a variance request for an associated certificate of appropriateness application for demolition of 7-11 North Pinckney. And what is up on the screen is a picture of the property from an early 1980s survey. So for the proposal, it's a variance request to the demolition standards related to the demolition COA. This is a public interest variance. The proposal for it being in line with public interest from the applicant is that this would increase the tax base, increase employment opportunities, and recreate the historic character of North Pinckney in a way that the current buildings do not. For history of the property, so there's currently one address, but it historically had 2 storefronts. So for 7 North Pinckney, it was constructed in 1899. This was a design of Claudine Stark. It was home to the Olsen and Verhusen menswear store from 1899 to 1975. The adjacent property, 11 North Pinckney, was constructed in 1906. It was a much more simple building. It originally housed the Keeley and Neckerman dry goods store, then the Harriet's Manchester men's clothing, then Tittle and Sons meat market. Before Olsen and Verhusen, they were so successful that they expanded into that adjacent building in 1951, and those 2 buildings operated as a single business up until the closing of that store. The nomination calls out both the architectural character of both of the buildings, primarily looking at the second story of both of the buildings, but also calls out that Olsen and Verhusen was the oldest operating menswear retail business in Madison. And I think in terms of looking at elements from our upcoming preservation plan, that can speak to the highly gendered nature of the Capitol Square during that time period. So also going with history of the property, in more recent time period, Urban Land Interests had a proposal in 2007 to redevelop a much more extensive area of North Pinckney. That inspired the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation to submit 3 landmark nominations, one for, at that point, it was addressed as 7 and 9 North Pinckney. It's now addressed as 7 and 11 North Pinckney. Also 21 to 25 North Pinckney and 27 North Pinckney. The current proposal would not have impacts to those other landmark properties. It's only impacting the one that we're discussing right now. So here we have some visuals from the applicant. They have their own presentation, so I won't spend a great deal of time on this and let them speak to the elements of the building that they are proposing. Of note, for the existing landmark building, they are proposing to salvage the second story elements for the window surrounds and the decorative balustrade that goes along the cornice from the 7 North Pinckney building. We have some other renderings for street elevations. What you see here is the proposed overall footprint for the new development. And on the right-hand side, you'll also see areas where the existing building is currently located and where that intersects with the proposed new building. They're also highlighting location of the current the second story element on 7 North Pinckney and where they would be proposing to introduce it onto the new building. For applicable standards, this is the first time that Landmarks Commission has dealt with the public interest variance, but let's go into the elements of the public interest variance. This is about a variance is necessary in the public interest if the commission finds all of the following. So you have to make a finding for each of these standards, and all of them have to be met in order to provide the public interest variance. So the key elements of that are the proposed building, and so that means the new construction. The proposed building provides unique high priority benefits to the general public. For B, its benefits to the general public outweigh the strong public interest in preserving historic resources. And then the final part is that there are no reasonable alternatives that would allow the proposed project to occur in the city. So for history of the variance standards, since we do not have any precedent related to this type of project, this standard was a part of the what we call LORC Landmarks Ordinance Review Committee, the LORC Phase 1 process that did updates to the front half of the ordinance that were adopted in 2015. For the public interest variance, you also have in your packets the staff memos from the Assistant City Attorney John Strange regarding his correspondence and interactions with LORC at the time about their thought process for creating this. They wanted to provide a relief valve for proposals that created a unique public benefit. But they also wanted to do it in a way that it didn't weaken the public interest in preserving historic resources. This is the first time that we have had an application for the public interest variance. So staff believes that the standards for public benefit variance are not met and recommends Landmarks Commission deny the request. My guidance is that the variance request must meet all 3 standards. Landmarks Commission should make its findings for each standard. I'll go back to the applicable standards. That's all I have. Oh, I think you're muted, Anna.
Sorry. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you. I would just like clarification on the last item that you mentioned here. Do you want votes on all 3 of those, or can we take one vote as long as people address all 3 of those?
I think that's as you decide for your preference for proceeding. I would recommend you have findings related to each of the criteria and then have a motion for the overall approval or denial of the variance request.
Great. Thank you very much. Commissioner Taylor, I'm going to attempt to unmute you.
Thank you. I want to ask Ms. Bailey, what part of that, the 3 standards, is staff not seeing being met? I wanted her if she could go further in that.
So the proposed building providing unique and high priority benefits to the general public. While this would increase the tax base, I don't see that this uniquely increases the tax base in relation to other large office buildings that we're seeing proposed in the city. There is some good infrastructure located downtown, but I think when the committee was looking at this type of variance, they were thinking about something like Monona Terrace, not just another large office building. So I'm not seeing it being unique or high priority. For the benefits to the general public, then, if this is not particularly unique and high priority, then I don't see how that outweighs the public interest in preservation and looking at incorporating the existing landmark into a proposed redevelopment. And for no reasonable alternatives, the standard talks about, can the project occur in the city? While this proposal is how to make it occur on that particular block in that location, the standard is talking about, could you do this type of development in the city? And I think there are other locations where this development could occur in the city.
Well, what would make this one different than anything else in that downtown corridor that's being redeveloped?
I would say I would agree on that. The difference would be the proposed demolition of a landmark building. Other redevelopments in the area are not proposing the demolition of a landmark.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Bailey from the commissioners at this time? This can be with regards to process or specific aspects of her report. I'm going to call one more time to see if commissioners have any questions. Okay, Commissioner McLean, I'm attempting to unmute you. There we go.
A little off topic, but not too far. Is Commissioner Taylor upside down for you guys too, or just me? All right. Just checking. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Seeing none, I am guessing we need to proceed to the public hearing. And I gather the project team has a presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, and I do have that queued up on my screen to be able to run for them.
Okay. Who should we release on microphone then, Ms. Bailey?
I would say let's reach out to Mark Minkowski first and ask him who else needs to be a part of the presentation.
Okay, Mark's unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, wonderful. We have Mark and Brad Binkowski here as well.
So ask them to unmute.
You're unmuted.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Is there anyone else on the project team
No.
we should have here? Okay.
Nope, just the two of us, and we're actually on the same computer right now, so you should be able to hear us both.
Awesome. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think I won't go through a lot of the history of our involvement in landmark preservation in Madison. It was in the application that we submitted to you. I'm delighted that the building was designed on the second story that exists by Claude and Stark, as was Lincoln School, a project that we renovated that is a Claude and Stark landmark that actually we bought from the city of Madison. Our commitment to downtown Madison started in about 1980. And in 1986, we laid the foundation for starting Block 89. Those of you that might not remember what the square was like in 1986, 1987, 1988, it was absolutely devoid of activity. There were no restaurants to speak of. The L'Etoile was on the second floor of a building on Pinckney Street. There was no sidewalk activity. So we took the risk as a private sector of assembling as much of Block 89 as we could. And we approached the city. And we approached the city basically saying, look, we think that private investment is really required to make this downtown vital, active, to return life to the sidewalk level, and to create, options for people to office in the downtown, which we think would then precipitate people wanting to live, close into the downtown. our track record, I think has been pretty committed to make downtown Madison a better place. And we've established a number of private-public partnerships to do that. If you look at downtown Madison today, with Block 89 being the highest assessed valuation of any block in the city, because we could structure a public partnership with the city of Madison, parking was put underground so that we have, I think, 8 or 9 different sidewalk establishments that generate life and activity. It's a demonstration of the right kind of development that, again, I think we've been primarily responsible for. In his recent blog, Stuart Levitan called us a development firm that took the long view and the long game, who really invested in downtown and were primarily responsible, he said, for returning life and activity. And Stuart was on the Landmarks Commission and the Plan Commission for a long time. We're trying to take the lessons that we've learned in Block 89 and the commitment that we've had since 1980 and 1986 to make downtown Madison better. In 1993, we bought the American Exchange Bank building, 19-foot wide building. It had an elevator right at the corner, had an interior stairway leading up to the second floor. And we thought that was a building that needed to be saved, that needed to be preserved, that was an integral part of Madison's history. And so we invested pretty heavily in time and energy in restoring that building and putting it to life. Since 1993, it's taken us 27 years to assemble the block, as much of the block as we own. And Heather, if you can go to the next slide. We own approximately 56,000 square feet of space. Those of you that remember the underground kitchen fire that destroyed the building at the corner of Webster and Mifflin Street, we bought that building. It was a derelict shell, and we turned it into 22 high-quality rental apartments and put a restaurant, Heritage Cafe, that's given a lot of life to the downtown. So over 27 years, we slowly bought, when properties were available for sale, enough of the block that we could approach the city with the opportunity to do development that we think, like Block 89, will be transformative and will really dramatically improve what exists today. So Heather, if you go to the next slide, what you see is what exists today. 55% of this block is used for surface parking or an abandoned drive-up for what US Bank Plaza. It is as underdeveloped and underutilized, a property as you can find anywhere, within, certainly on the Capitol Square or within a multi-block radius of the Capitol Square. If you go to the next slide, you can kind of see a close-up view of what people see as they approach the Capitol Square. The back of buildings that were built without windows, because back in the day when those retail spaces were created, 130-foot deep buildings didn't need windows. Those buildings right now are, we think, a blighting influence. And while in all due respect, the fact that there was a longstanding men's store there, doesn't create a future that downtown Madison is going to build on or that's going to make the downtown better. It's actually kind of miring it in the past. So when we look at the face of Pinckney Street, Heather, if you go to the next slide, what exists today adds virtually no life and vitality to downtown Madison. In over 700 feet of sidewalk frontage, there is one retail, shop, and that's Square Wine. 700 feet of space that is all used for office space, vacant. Wesley moved out and that building is vacant. That adds nothing to downtown's life, vitality, and future. So if you go to the next slide, Heather, look up the street. What exists today, is certainly not a landmark building that improves the health and vitality of downtown Madison or creates any public benefit. In fact, in our view, it's a blighted property. It was destroyed, when the renovation was done, well before we purchased the building. The future of downtown Madison, we believe, is one where there are more active shops. And Heather, the next slide will if you can advance, where there are shops and restaurants and activity that basically can meet the needs of contemporary users, particularly today when downtown is decimated by the COVID virus. We don't know how many shops and restaurants are going to return, but right now, those of you who have walked downtown, look at what the sidewalk activity is. It's very reminiscent of what existed in 1986 before there was private office space. But, to do a building that restores the sidewalk vitality and the sidewalk energy, you need underground parking. Underground parking, and you can see the entry to the parking ramp on this slide, coming off of Webster Street. Heather, if you could please go to the next slide. Underground parking is the only way that you can create the necessary parking resource to serve office tenants, or for that matter, to serve retail tenants. The parking that we built at Block 89, the parking that we built underground at the renovation or the redevelopment of the Anchor Bank properties, all of which were in partnership with the city, basically gets used after normal office hours on evenings and weekends to stimulate all of the traffic that comes downtown to enjoy the quality of life in the shops that we have. You can't do underground parking as you go further east on East Washington Avenue because the soils don't support it. And without parking, you can't create, ground floor retail space and or the office space that you need. Heather showed you the slide earlier showing you the position of the landmark property in question. It's located in the middle of a block that really precludes any development around it. It's wood frame. You can't do the parking. Heather, if you could go to the next slide, please. And you couldn't construct a project that would use the development potential of this site without underground parking. So when you look at what we're trying to do on the street, and the next slide, Heather, shows you the original storefront of a portion of the building, the Claude Stark portion that basically had some very elegant terracotta detailing. Was it changed? Yes, it was. Was it improved? Absolutely not. It was landmarked, by the way, after the original detailing had been destroyed. Our concept is that we'd like to restore this storefront to the original form using terracotta that is matching in detail to what originally existed. And we'd like to have that restored storefront return to the activity in life that the original builder and Claude and Stark imagined when they undertook construction of the building. As we go up, Heather, the next slide, please. As you go up the street, here's a rendering of what that restored storefront could look like on Pinckney Street. And what we're proposing to use is a series of forms of 3- and 4-story forms that are historically reminiscent to what existed. Not, trying to recreate the original storefront, because that's not, in the best long-term interest of the city, but rather using strong contemporary architecture to, create the opportunity to revive and restore the traditional scale of buildings along the Capitol Square. If you go to the next slide, please, Heather. What this shows is what we're interested in doing is an extension to the 19-foot wide building using limestone, a contemporary addition that kind of restores the scale of what used to be a small, very, very narrow office lobby leading back into office space that's built above but steps back respectfully. Using a series of building forms, again, to try and recreate activity, life and vitality, and energy. And again, we've done this before with the support of the Landmarks Commission. if you could go to the next slide, Heather. What you have in front of you is, on the left, is what existed in Block 89 when we started the project. In that project, by the way, we had to ask the city to condemn Gus's Grocery, which was a totally derelict building where Gus and his buddies got drunk and slept on mattresses on the floor. The city basically found that they could use quick take condemnation, and did so because they were convinced that Block 89 was very much in the public interest. So we couldn't have done the underground parking had we not basically gone to the Landmarks Commission, supported the landmarking of that building with the understanding that it would be torn down, and reconstructed once the parking was complete in its original 3-story form, which is what you see on the right. Again, the city supported that effort. The city found that helping create a partnership that allowed the project to go ahead was absolutely in the public interest. And what you see in front of you, Block 89, led the restoration and the revitalization of downtown Madison. So why do that today? Why not leave? If you can go to the next slide, Heather, it shows the completed Block 89 project. Why not leave the American Exchange Bank property as it sits today? First of all, we can't keep the office space leased. People don't want it, even at very low rents. There are no windows. There's a skylight in the middle of Center 7. There's no parking. And so the buildings have been substantially vacant. And there's a lot of turnover, even coronavirus. We can leave what exists today, and life would go on. But the question I would ask is the square better? What's in the public interest? Density in downtown Madison is part of the downtown master plan. And the only market segment that's growing is the technology market segment. We have about 1,500,000 square feet of office space that we've invested in, including the recent redevelopment of Anchor Bank, where again, the city found that creating a partnership to support the development of underground parking was very much in the public interest. And we took a derelict office building, expanded it, made it contemporary, and accommodated the expansion of Zendesk, who grew, and have expanded to the point where pre-COVID, at the end of the year, they were going to have 650 to 800 people in the building. The technology market segment in downtown Madison has been expanding, dramatically, while all other market segments, law firms, lobbyists, financial institutions, and restaurants are static or slightly declining. The future of downtown Madison is to attract firms like Zendesk, who come downtown because they enjoy the quality of life and the vitality that the square has. We're proposing up to 340,000 square feet of office space set back from the building. And again, what you're looking at today isn't final plans. It's an architectural model, because we can't spend $500,000 or $1 million advancing this project unless we know whether or not, the Landmarks Commission will approve the demolition of the Center 7 building, contingent upon the full project going through the normal public process. But when you look at density, which increases the city resources, will increase the tax base of this block by 14 to 15 times, that's absolutely in the public interest, particularly during a period of time where the mayor says, I'm very worried about the public budget this year, next year, and for years in the future. If we don't attract spaces or create spaces that can accommodate the expansion of the only market segment in downtown Madison that's growing, then we're not going to have the demand that's going to support the restaurants and retail shops that want to emerge and come back. We're not going to have the demand for housing. We're not going to have the demand for mass transit or BRT. And all of those things are absolutely in the public interest. As the city decisions in Block 89 and supporting the development of Block 89 and in supporting the development of the renovation of the Anchor Bank properties found. This is a unique moment in time, and we can either take advantage of it and try and move downtown Madison into the future and create landmarks for future generations, or we can say we can't demolish a building and leave things as they stand.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else that you wanted to say before I see if the commissioners had any questions?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, I'd like to remind you this is the best time to ask questions of the project team. It's not that we can't come back, but just in the interest of efficiency, if you have questions, please use the raise your hand function now. Okay, Ms. Kaljewski, please.
I actually have a question for Heather, but if we allow this variance and the project doesn't move forward due to them not being able to get the funds for the project, does the variance stay in place?
So that's part of why the variance is linked to the demolition request. So it is part of the application for the demolition of the landmark building. So you don't have that certificate of appropriateness application before you at the moment because the property doesn't meet the demolition standards. And the applicant brought up that the current condition of the facades of these buildings, they are the same as when they were designated. And that's part of the standards in terms of have things radically changed that this building is no longer able to convey its historic associations. And these buildings are essentially the same as they were at the time of designation. So it doesn't meet the demolition standards. So they're asking for a variance so that they can come in for the COA. We have the COA application on file, but this variance is linked to that COA request. So it's not just a variance out there. It is directly connected to that application.
Okay. I also would like to clarify one thing. As the person who used to work at the State Historic Preservation Office, but stuff like this would get normally listed on the National Register. Typically when looking at commercial buildings such as this, the only thing that the Historical Society and the Park Service is looking for is for that second floor to be intact, because first floors often change over time as the commercial ventures that are in the buildings change. So the idea that because the first floor isn't intact, these don't have any historic value is not currently accepted by the Park Service and the State Historic Preservation Office, as meaning these buildings don't have historic value and don't have the ability to convey their historic significance.
Okay. Any further questions, Katie, for the project team?
Can I just
Not
say
at this time.
Yes, Mr. Binkowski.
You know, this is a really kind of an unusual process. Normally, you know, in order to advance a public project through the approval process, you know, you get to the starting line and you go through, you know, submissions to every commission, and there's lots of debate, vigorous debate. There's lots of back and forth. You go through the Urban Design Commission. You go through landmarks again. You go through virtually everybody that has a voice in this decision. We can't begin that process by the city's ordinances unless the Landmarks Commission grants the variance. This project deserves a vigorous public debate and vigorous public input. By granting the variance, you're letting us go get to the starting line so that we can engage in that process. By voting to deny the application, you're basically, there's no recourse other than to appeal to the council, but you're basically saying we can't advance the project for consideration, which I think is would be a tragedy.
Okay. Thank you. Again, just a reminder that this is the first time we've experienced this variance, which was introduced in 2015. Mr. Taylor, I'm going to attempt to unmute you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Hey, I wanted to ask the gentleman over the project, when he says density, how many apartments or condos is he's saying? And that's question one. Number two, question two, how tall is this building in reference to the AC hotel will be directly adjacent to his property? Will it block that view? Will it be as tall? If you can answer that.
Sure. We're proposing, to build no apartments here. We're proposing that this is commercial space because we believe that it's the only space left on the Capitol Square that we can create office space that will appeal to the technology market. When we built 80 apartments on the Anchor Bank project, and we built apartments, throughout the downtown, and we'll continue to do that. But this is really office space, retail space, restaurant space, and parking. It will
apartments, go not condos, right? Apartments, not condos, right?
No, office space, not, yes, we built apartments previously, not condos. Well, we did redevelop Doty School into condominiums back in 1982, which was one of the first condominium projects in downtown that we sold. The project will go up to the Capitol height limit, just like the AC hotel does.
Okay. And when you're saying Anchor Bank projects, are you talking the old National Building that's on the kitty corner side of the Capitol? Is that
yes,
what you're saying? Okay. Understood. That was my question, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Arneson, I'm attempting. You are on. No, you're not. Keeps jumping around. Mr. Arneson, I unmuted you.
So, question for Heather or possibly Katie. Would it be safe to say that the building was landmarked due to its exterior facade and not anything that has to do with its interior?
So of course, Landmarks Commission's purview is just about the exterior. The nomination itself talks about the history and its historic significance, but then talks about the exterior and its architectural significance.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have further registrants on this item. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the project team before I read the other registrants, give them an opportunity? Okay, Commissioner McLean, hopefully unmuted.
Find out. This is for Mark. Few comments you've made about the street facade, street level, basically the void that's there right now. It's adding nothing, it's vacant, it's underutilized, and it's blighted. Best of my understanding, the street facade is going to change, but the spaces are basically going to be similar to what they are right now. My guess is, as far as everything's still on the first floor at the street facade. So I guess my question kind of is for you is how much is this going to really add that isn't already there that could be utilized, not in its current condition necessarily in the interior, but with some work to interior those buildings to make those useful buildings again. My guess is they've suffered over neglect over time for whatever reasons. That's why they're not occupied at the moment. But again, I'm speculating because I've not been in them, nor have I ever rented in there, of course. So I'm curious what's going to make a difference on the Capitol Square in these street facades once this building behind it is all completed. And let me keep on going here by saying I totally agree with you with the corner of Webster and West Wash. It's something that's just begging for something to go there to make it a nicer approach to the Capitol for one reason and many others, as you know, too, not just for appearance. And a lot can be done back there. I know that cuts your building footprint by a quarter maybe. But I'm just kind of curious how much really is gained by demolishing the landmark and rearranging the facades on the square that can't be done with the way things are at the moment.
May I answer?
Please, sorry, I kept on rambling. Apologies.
So, again, when we look at at what's going to change, right now, the buildings are wood frame, and they aren't sprinkled. They're very deep. They have no windows. In Block 89, in order to create retail space that was functional and viable and workable, we've done things that we're incorporating into our concept plan for the American Exchange block. We have a common trash room, with where instead of having dumpsters in the alley, like you'll see up and down the alley right now, there's a shared trash room that's vented that basically allows garbage to be picked up and very cost effectively. They're loading docks so that you can deliver and get produce and get merchandise into the shops from the back door, not through the front door, which is how deliveries often occur today. The retail spaces are narrower, or not narrower, I'm sorry, they're less deep, because today people don't want 130-foot deep spaces. They're too big. We need to be able to basically create space that's sized to meet the needs of the market. The 19-foot wide American Exchange Bank building, we're proposing to expand the floor plates on so that it can become a living landmark. Right now at 19 feet, it really can't at 19 feet wide. And we were office there for 10 years after we renovated the building. We outgrew it. And Johnson & Roy was office there and outgrew it. The space that they were in sat vacant for 4 years until we found a user that could fit. If we don't do a parking ramp that basically allows us to go down and get under the ground floor level at the sidewalk extended, then we can't do a below grade parking ramp. And if an above grade parking ramp, like the city built at Judge Stoyle Square, is everybody's vision of what downtown is, or should be, which it's certainly not ours. We've invested in underground parking heavily to reactivate the sidewalks. We couldn't do a project that we consider a long-term investment that would add the life and vitality and energy and achieve the purposes of the city master plan, unless we can provide the parking. We can't get financing, that we would need to undertake the project without the underground parking, nor can we attract the users that will create the density that will make the square better, more viable, more sustainable long-term. Can we do this someplace else in the city? Sure, we could probably do a project out in East Town or American Center. But that's not going to create the density or achieve the goals of the city's adopted master plan. And we think that's a really important undertaking and a really important goal.
It kind of sounds like the underground parking is really what's pushing the demolition of the landmark.
And construction above and creating responsible density for the square. The site's too small to support the development if only a portion of it's used.
Well, just looking at it compared to the AC Hotel, I guess it's a lot of other structures that have gone up around the block across the street. So that's why I'm asking. I've seen other stuff go up in that small of a footprint that seems to be doing fairly well, which is why I question the need to demolish a landmark as opposed to building around it. But again, I understand that the underground parking is a big factor in the project, and with the foundations of the landmark there, it's tough to get around it. So, but thank you for answering my question.
You're very welcome.
Okay, are there any more questions for the project team from any members of the body? Okay, Mr. Binkowski, probably don't go too far away in case further questions come up.
We won't.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to move down the list. Ms. Bailey, would you like me to move down the registrant list?
She should be able to unmute herself.
I do have the registrant list if you would like me to read down through the registrant list.
If you would, that might help, because then I can sort of work on the unmuting problem that I'm having.
So first on the list I have here, registered in support and wishing to speak is Ronald Luskin.
He's unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I come before you tonight, to speak in support of the project known as 711 North Pinckney Street, the American Exchange redevelopment. I'm speaking as an individual downtown resident on my own behalf. I ask that you grant the applicant a variance and authorize the demolition of the Center 7 building, which is necessary to allow for the construction of underground parking, adding much needed parking to our evolving downtown with as many as over 800 parking spots. This will be a transformative project for our city and downtown, particularly for a very underutilized piece of valuable real estate. It will add much needed jobs to a contracting economy suffering from the COVID-19 virus. It will significantly activate the street and bring more jobs to the downtown. It will add substantially to our local tax base, and it will improve density and create more demand for our planned bus rapid transit system. Plus, many more who live downtown will likely be able to work or bike to work downtown. Will be able to walk to work and then bike accordingly around downtown. This project will also be catalytic in generating more opportunities for successful retail spaces in the downtown area. The record of investment shows we can trust urban land interests to produce a high quality project and maintain it for years to come in their real estate investment portfolio, as demonstrated by their pattern of past practices. My perspective, my point of view is informed over many years of living downtown and my commitment to community service and civic engagement. When moving to Madison, I chose to live downtown and have resided at 4th Ward Lofts for the past 16 years. I've been a member of the board of directors of Downtown Madison Incorporated for 10 years. I've been a member of Porchlight's board of directors for almost 6 years, and I am also, since its opening, the chair of the Beacon's Community Advisory Board. I have sat on and chaired numerous Bassett Street neighborhood project development steering committees, and I'm a current member of Capital Neighborhoods Incorporated. Pardon me. Lastly, I served for about 3 years on the Urban Design Commission. Please allow this project to move speedily along the development approval process by granting the request for a variance this evening. Please allow this project to enable this property to be brought to a higher and better use for the benefit of all in downtown Madison, the city of Madison, and Dane County. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Luskin. Do any commissioners have questions of the registrant? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Luskin. Ms. Bailey?
Next registrant is Robert Lewin, registering in support and wishing to speak.
Thank you very much. I'd like to make 2 points quickly. First of all, I'd like to address this project from the East Washington aspect. If you look at the progress that we as a city have made along East Washington, from Union Corner and the Marlene and the new housing around Bree Stevens and all the way up to the AC Hotel, I think the city can be quite proud of the rejuvenation of East Washington up to the Capitol. And what's so ironic is the back of this project, we're focusing on Pinckney Street. The back is Webster Street. And I think that to have a new vital development on this block improves Webster every bit as much as it improves North Pinckney. The other point I wanted to make is that we're worrying about a landmark that I'm confused how it ever really got its landmark status. I don't want to poke at a sacred cow, because once a building is designated landmark, we hold it in certain reverence. But I would ask any member of the commission or anybody attending this meeting, if you were to poll 50 informed Madisonians, their thoughts on Center 7, I bet less than 5% would even know what building you were discussing. It's empty. It's outlived its usefulness. And if it can be kept in memory in the new facade, but go to a bigger, to a greater use to improve that entire block, I would urge you to move ahead. As far as my background, I moved back to Madison over 30 years ago. And I moved to the downtown square 5 years ago. And I took this meeting so seriously, I put on pants.
Thank you. All right. Do any of the commissioners have questions for Mr. Lewin or comments in response to anything he said? Okay, I see no raised hands. Thank you very much. Ms. Bailey?
Next, we have Jason Ilstrup registering in support and wishing to speak.
Good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well, having a good evening. My name is Jason Ilstrup, and I'm the president of Downtown Madison Inc., and I'm here today in support of the application, and I'm speaking on behalf of DMI. DMI supports the granting of the public interest variance to allow the certificate of appropriateness to be issued for the demolition of a designated Madison landmark. Granting the certificate will allow the traditional land use process to take place, thus ensuring there's an opportunity for the public, as well as the various local government entities, to both vet and provide input on such an important downtown project. DMI believes ULI should have the ability, through the due course of public review, to prove to our community the numerous direct benefits this project brings to the general public. Projects small and large should be heard by a greater audience to better understand their overall value to our community. Without entering the traditional due course of review, projects like the one ULI has proposed may never have the chance for greater participation. And without greater participation of the neighborhoods, the Urban Design Commission, the Landmarks Commission, and the City Council, development projects are not reviewed for their full value to our city. Now, historic preservation certainly is an important value. However, it is not the only interest of our city. Without due course of review, our community will never weigh other values, including economic development, downtown quality of life, and sustainability. Granting the project a certificate of appropriateness will give ULI the ability to prove to our community this development is within the public interest and should move forward. During the traditional review process, ULI will meet with numerous bodies, including this Landmark Commission again, to ensure that this project sustains and grows downtown as a vibrant regional economic engine that offers best in-class quality of life. Projects like the one ULI have proposed are central to DMI's mission and civic agenda to build the downtown as a thriving heart of our larger Madison community. We need both commercial and residential development that offers density. More density will create more jobs, help sustain our local retail stores, restaurants, arts and entertainment options, generate additional tax revenue, and ensure we retain a strong and sustainable urban core. And with the advent of COVID-19, downtown, now more than ever, needs projects like the one that ULI has proposed. This project will create vibrancy and increase the tax base in a time when our city sorely needs both. DMI urges the Landmarks Commission to grant the certificate of appropriateness to allow ULI project to enter the traditional land use process, thus ensuring our whole community has a chance to better understand this important project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any commissioners have any comments or questions for Mr. Ilstrup? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. Ms. Bailey?
Next, we have Kurt Steggy, registering in support and wishing to speak.
Hello, my name is Kurt Steggy. I'm the current president of the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. First, I'd like to say that the trust thanks each member of the commission for your service to the community. It's a substantial public service. I have submitted something in writing on behalf of the trust. I'll read a portion of it at least. Landmarks Commission is considering an application from Urban Land Interest to grant a public interest variance to permit the demolition of the locally landmarked Hobbins Block, Olson and Beerhusen building, now referred to as Center 7. And that is part of a redevelopment proposal encompassing a significant portion of Block 101 on the Capitol Square. After a consultation with a historic preservation specialist regarding the historical significance and condition of the subject property, and in a special meeting convened yesterday, the Board of Trustees of the Trust unanimously approved the following resolution. The Madison Trust for Historic Preservation recommends that the Landmarks Commission approve the variance for demolition of landmarked Hobbins Block, Olson and Beerhusen building, contingent upon the Landmarks Commission's review and approval of the final plans and specifications for the reconstruction of a portion of the subject property's facade. The Trust looks forward to working with the developer and other interested parties to achieve a skillful reconstruction of a portion of the subject property and to ensure other necessary approvals for this project have a positive impact on historic preservation. I will add a few comments that are entirely mine rather than on behalf of the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. So these are in my personal capacity. The developer has specifically offered to reconstruct clamshell windows and the balustrade of the second floor facade of the Olson and Beerhusen building. I am not familiar with comparable architecture like that facade elsewhere in the city. I took a look at the facade yesterday with binoculars, realized how important the brickwork is to the overall grouping of the various terracotta elements. The existing bricks are the old style, very narrow or very not high at all, but very long, with a very thin mortar joints. And I just think that facade that we can see on the second story is more or less a unit. And I am very hopeful that we can work with the developer to ensure the reconstruction of all necessary components thereof. So that's the end of my statement.
Thank you, Kurt. Okay, do any commissioners have questions of the registrant?
I should note all of the commissioners received the letter that Kurt referenced from the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation as a comment shortly before the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner McLean.
Hi, for Kurt. Curious, it's probably a question for everybody really, but what has changed? From what I understand in 2008, with the facade of this landmark, nothing's changed. But it was important enough to landmark in 2008. So I'm curious, why now? What is so less significant about it that it's easy to, I guess, just say there's better use for this space than the landmark that's there? And it's an honest question. I'd like to know how that thought had changed over the last just few years. And the other question I have is the significance of its integrity. If it's already, I guess, all together, why rebuild it someplace else? Just pretty basic questions. So thank you.
Both are difficult questions as far as I'm concerned, but the trust was nominated 3 structures on the block, and all those nominations were adopted, granted, and that was in 2007, 2008. It isn't all that much longer. There are different people who are part of the trust now who were not active before. The trust is not a uniform block of individuals by any means. And I'm sure that there are members of the trust who strongly oppose granting a variance. I guess what I will say is that the current board, for a variety of reasons, has concluded that the circumstances are either not changed or are of a nature currently that with the what I'm going to call preservation of the facade of half of the structure, that is an extremely important positive development. If that facade can be placed into a more appropriate context than it is now. It's unfortunate. It's a lovely piece of architecture, and it's detracted by what is around it. So that's in terms of many people in historic preservation do not believe that a building should be moved, and as a rule, I agree with that. This is a true reconstruction of a portion of a building, and just in the larger context, I and the rest of the trust board believe that it warrants the revision of the original nomination.
Okay. Commissioner McLean, did that answer it for you?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Kurt from the commission? David? Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. With the reconstruction of this facade, again, historically, I think, and if this goes forward and there's more discussions, I'm sure this will come up through those, but I believe trying to restore something that's been lost is something we kind of frown upon, or I shouldn't say we, but in the historic preservation world, or some kind of, I hear a lot of references pointing to trying to do that here, and I'm kind of curious, I guess, on if Madison Historic Trusts, if they have a take on, I know they've already mentioned they're looking to work with the developers, so like I said, they'll probably come out in the wash. I'm just kind of curious what their take is on as far as reconstructing something that's not there. And then along with that, maybe more of a comment than a question for an answer, but as we discussed how unattractive the first floor of those buildings are, again, I question, why can't we just change the first floor of those buildings and make that unattractiveness go away, as opposed to demolishing the landmark? So, thank you.
Kurt, did you have any okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can add much to what I said before, which I'm not saying was a great deal. The concept of reconstructing historic buildings, they're moving them or simply reconstructing or mimicking an old historic structure. That's a very difficult question. A lot of people think that trying to do so is inappropriate. I think personally, I think if you are using essentially the same materials and removing the what undermines the how apparent the structure is now, then I think it's a net addition. And I guess that's all I can say.
Thank you, Kurt.
Okay, any further questions from the commissioners? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move this along. Thank you, Kurt. Ms. Bailey.
Paul Mensch, registering in support, wishing to speak.
Hi, this is Paul Mensch. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to the Landmarks Commission. My family lives on Pickford Street in the 17th District, and I'm the Director of Real Estate for the University Research Park. For what it's worth, I'm an architect by training, and I wanted to lend my support to the variance that's being requested for what is needed to unlock this really critical site. Before I comment on the site specifically, I did want to just lend some support to what ULI was saying with regard to parking. I think none of us would want to see any landmark building removed in order to build a parking lot, but this is a little bit more complicated than that, in that the parking would be underneath all of this, and what it would really do is create an overall development that is going to create space for modern tenants, commercial tenants, and retail tenants. At the research park, we find that commercial tenants are frequently demanding, 4 stalls per 1,000 square feet, and so if you're surprised at how much parking is contained within this and the need for the dimensions of the parking, that's been our experience at the park too. Recently, we just completed a new headquarters for Exact Sciences that's on top of a very large underground parking ramp, and Exact Sciences, I believe, would never have come to the research park if it hadn't been for that resource for their employees. So this special sites deserve special consideration, and I think that this site is absolutely the site that deserves the most consideration and support from the broadest possible community in Madison. Obviously, as you move up East Washington, it's had so many great improvements. You come up, and when you're at Webster Street, you're really presented at the gateway to the Capitol Square. But it is, as you saw in the pictures earlier, it's a parking lot and an abandoned bank. And you're looking at the back of these buildings. It's really blighting. It's gone on for too long, and it's time for that site to be unlocked. It can be challenging just to develop in Madison with the height limits, and this is a tough site because it has responsibilities to the Capitol Square, to East Washington to Webster Street, knitting in other buildings. So it's really a tough site to build on, but it's so important for the city that it happen so that we get sustainable growth. We build it in the city where it should be. Center 7 is, I think that what you were reaching at before, Mr. McLean, is I think obviously it's something of a compromise. The real prize in this development is maintaining the American Exchange building. That's really the prize here. That I think any landmarks advocate and supporter should feel great about having retained that wonderful building for the future. So currently the site is so unique and so special that it deserves this variance in order to create an overall development at such a critical point in our city. I won't speak to whether Center 7 should have been landmarked. I probably, if I was paying more attention in 2008, I might have raised my hand and asked whether it was really correct to do it. It is an obsolete building for the retail. Commercial is very difficult. The facade has been kind of reconjured over the years. And I thought that the concept that was proposed was a really good faith, fair compromise for unlocking the overall site. So sites aren't interchangeable. We can't just take that site and hope that development and expansion and economic growth happens on another site. Somewhere along the line, we're going to have to face this site. ULI has the credentials. They have the motivations to do an excellent job on the site. It'll add retail and employment downtown where it should be. It's going to eliminate the blighting effects of that surface parking and the bank drive-through and the obsolete space that isn't being leased on Pinckney Street. And I think that the overall development of that block is a much needed improvement for our city. Given the advances on East Washington, let's put an exclamation point on that by completing the American Exchange block redevelopment.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, in the interest of time, commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Munch? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Ms. Bailey.
So there are no additional registrants wishing to speak. There are a total of 89 other registrants, all in support, not wishing to speak. You also received in an email shortly before the meeting a letter of opposition from Linda Leonards that has been entered into the record. I also received an email from Alder Vivier saying that he would be attending the meeting, and indeed he is, and that he would like to speak on behalf of the project.
Great. Alder Vivier, you have the floor when you're hooked in.
Thank you very much, Anna, and good evening to the commission. I certainly want to congratulate you, Anna, and the rest of the commission, including, of course, our great staff, for facilitating this first virtual meeting of the commission as ably as you have. So congratulations on that. I want to also articulate at the top of my testimony here the fact that I very much appreciate Heather Bailey's professional staff report. Although you'll hear me say that I respectfully disagree with the conclusions, I think it is very important to acknowledge the fact that that part of our process is always extremely important. And in fact, in all of the many years that I've served in City Hall, I have found myself very rarely finding that my analysis is contrary to our professional planning staff. So this is a very rare occasion in my tenure in City Hall, and I absolutely understand the analysis that Heather is presenting to you this evening and her recommendation, and respect it to the fullest. By way of further background, let me state at the top that I supported the 2008 landmark nomination by the trust of the 711 North Pinckney Street buildings. And I did so as the alder of the district. And I did so with the full knowledge that urban land interests had been speaking for years off and on with me about redeveloping the American Exchange Bank block. So I had the full knowledge, and I think all of my council colleagues did, and the landmarks commissioners did at the time, that a proposal might be coming someday to redevelop, again, the 711 North Pinckney Street. With that said, I stated at the time that I supported the landmarking of the building with the full realization that a proposal would likely be coming someday, and that we should consider that proposal on its own, on its merits. I felt that the nomination at the time by the trust did follow the Landmarks Ordinance criteria and agreed with the Landmarks Commission's conclusion at the time. Where we find ourselves today is that point in time a dozen years later, where ULI has now been able to move forward in these very early preliminary stages with the development proposal. The pandemic has created a bit of a delay in their proposal from being considered earlier this year. And I would say the same here at the outset with public discussion. The discourse that I would have liked to have seen thus far has been unfortunately limited by the pandemic, and I want to acknowledge that out front as well. But to get to the point at hand, I do strongly support the granting of the public interest variance. I do believe that the commission can find that the application before you does meet each of the three standards in subsection 41.19 sub 7. And I would further state that, as obviously someone that was around during the so-called LORC process, that the public interest variance was created by policymakers almost exactly for this type of proposal to be considered in City Hall. And I say that I don't mean to take the time of the commission this evening by repeating many of the arguments made by the applicants in terms of how each of the standards are met. But if you go through each of the three standards, in my estimation, the application does meet each of those required standards on resting each of them on their own merits. So, for example, in subsection A of 4119 sub 7, when it speaks to the unique high priority benefits to the general public, I would argue that the location in and of itself on the Capitol Square is extremely unique, and it provides for significant employment opportunities that are not available elsewhere in the core downtown. I know, having represented the Capitol Square geographic area in City Hall for 25 years now, that there are only so many employers that are interested in locating, that indeed are able to locate on the Capitol Square generally. And it is imperative that we unlock these properties, in my estimation, so that we can attract more downtown employment. I know for a fact that there is an existing major downtown employer that is seriously considering leaving the downtown, that is interested in perhaps relocating to this block as part of this development. I have unfortunately witnessed more than my fair share of downtown employers leaving the downtown, not only for other parts of the city of Madison, but for the suburbs. I do not want to see that occur in the future. And given the economic uncertainties of the pandemic, my concerns are only heightened more so in that regard. So I do believe that in terms of the first standard, that you can find, I think, fairly easily that this is a unique high priority benefit to the public. I won't repeat all the other arguments that have been made, including the significant tax base and so forth. I will refer you to the policy and purpose section of the Landmarks Ordinance in 41.01, and particularly subsection 6, where it speaks, I think, truly to this proposal before you, that it can, quote, attract residents and visitors, create jobs, stabilize and improve property values, and stimulate business and industry. The other argument that I would make in terms of why this is a unique high priority benefits is because by attracting and making available these additional employment opportunities, we can then foster and bolster our struggling downtown retail. Prior to the pandemic, I think you all are well aware, albeit anecdotally perhaps, that downtown retail has been struggling with, of course, e-commerce and just the buying habits that we all have these days. But the reality is, it's not so much the fact that we'll unlock all these retail spaces, which is true, and will provide, for example, much easier opportunities for food and beverage by creating kitchens and that sort of thing and having everything up to code. But when you look at the buildings in question today, there's only one retailer that currently is surviving there, and that's Square Wine. There are plans for her to relocate elsewhere on the Capitol Square if this proposal does move forward. And I appreciate that, and I give great credit to Square Wine for being able to remain the successful entity that they are. But the point I'm making is, by providing these opportunities where hundreds of new employees could be working, would create the employment base to allow for downtown retail to be bolstered in very significant ways. I already mentioned that I have seen, and I could name names of employers that have left downtown, some public, some private, and I hear directly from the retailers as to how that has had adverse impacts on their businesses, their particular businesses. And this would provide those opportunities, again, to help our downtown retailers. I think that we should take at face value the arguments by urban land interest principles that there aren't reasonable alternatives to granting the variance, which of course is one of the other standards that you have to find. I do believe that this proposal does outweigh the strong public interest in preserving this historic resource. And again, I don't mean to take your time to repeat arguments that have already been made by Brad Binkowski in the written materials that he and Mark Binkowski and their team have prepared. But I think the case is clearly has been made in that regard. Additionally, let me say, as it relates to urban land interests, that I have had the pleasure of working with them, obviously, during my time on the Common Council. And I don't think there's any debate here or anyone can argue that they don't do excellent work and that their developments are to development highly successful. In particular, as it relates to this proposal, I had the pleasure of working with them through the entirety of the Block 89 development process, one that lasted many years, had many moving pieces to it. And what ended up with Burroughs Block on South Pinckney Street might not be the optimal outcome that many preservationists would like. But I think that for the general community, it has been highly successful. The recreation of the historic Burroughs Block is something that I think has been enjoyed by the community, and is something that of course is very similar to what's being proposed here. As has already been said by the applicants and by Kurt Stiege and others, the reconstruction of the historic detailing that is still intact at 711 North Pinckney Street, is obviously worth saving. And I would not be able to support this granting of this public interest variance this evening if that original decorative balustrade and the terracotta clamshell style windows were not being promised to be preserved and reconstructed in the new location by the applicants here tonight. The reality is that I think this development proposal in the very early stages of what the community has seen is very heavily supported in principle. I think that's indicative of the record of tonight's public hearing, where you have dozens and dozens of community members that are registering in support of granting the variance this evening. And to my knowledge, as I understand Heather's articulation moments ago, only one negative comment in the entire record. Well, that's consistent with the input I've received from the community, especially from my constituents downtown in the last week or so since the public became well aware of the proposal through the front page of the Sunday newspaper a week ago. The reality is I have not heard from a single constituent or community member directly that is opposed to the proposal in general. I think that the point, and you'll be happy to hear I'm closing here with these remarks, but I think the point that has already been made that I will amplify in closing is that your vote tonight will simply allow the development land use approval process to proceed, including what likely will be several future visits by the applicants to your very important commission. The Landmarks Commission is integral to this process. As you know, if you grant the public interest variance, they still will come back to you for future application that will require your attention and support later on in the process to grant certificate of appropriatenesses and so forth. So I will also mention that the neighborhood association is very much looking forward to continuing to work with urban land interests. We have a great working relationship with ULI. Capital Neighborhoods Incorporated, as probably most of you know, is the acknowledged neighborhood association downtown sanctioned by the city. CNI did have an introduction to the proposal last week through our executive council meeting with Brad and Mark Binkowski last week. During that approximately 2-hour discussion, there were more supportive comments than, and really not many negative comments, but I want to stress that CNI is nowhere near close to taking any sort of position on this proposal. So I raise Capital Neighborhoods not to mislead you into thinking that Capital Neighborhoods is supportive of the application, but rather to let you know that they too, I believe to a person, are eager to continue the conversation with the applicants through the land use entitlement process. So in that conversation with CNI, the Binkowskis stated in response to a question that their best case scenario for their timeline as to when they could proceed to construction would be 1 year to 15 months from now. So over the course of the next year, there will be many critical conversations with you landmarks commissioners, urban design commissioners, plan commissioners, alders in the future, not the least important of which, of course, are the neighborhoods impacted directly by the proposal. So I urge you tonight to grant the public interest variance and find that each of the 3 standards are met so that we can proceed with that very, I think, important conversation over the course of the next year, where we talk about the specifics of this proposal, where every aspect of the proposal is considered. I honestly believe that this very much is a project which is necessary for the public interest, and again is what was intended by policymakers when the public interest variance section of the Landmarks Ordinance was created back in 2015. So thank you for your time. I'm obviously happy to answer any questions and very much appreciate your service on the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any questions that any of the commission members have for Alder Vivier? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Alder.
Thanks again, Anna.
Okay. All right. May I ask the commission members for any questions that they have for any of the registrants before I close the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Commission members, we have quite a bit before us today. I want you to use this time to have a productive discussion, keeping in mind that we need not reiterate the points previously made by other members of the commission. I also think it is imperative that I remind you to pay special attention to the items in the staff reports, more specifically the applicable standards that Ms. Bailey referred to. That's 41.19.7 A, B, and C. So in your comments on the project, I'm very much hopeful that you will refer to the standards. Indeed, it's vitally important on a project like this that has, all projects have significant impact, of course, but in this one, that we speak directly to the standards before us. So on that note, I'm going to attempt to unmute Mr. Arneson.
Is it possible to put those standards back up on the screen for Heather to do that?
Miss Bailey, would it be? There she goes.
Look at that. Thank you.
Do you wish to speak to those, or are you lowering?
Sure, I can start. And I will probably reiterate what some of the registrants said. I think there were some excellent points made by both the presenters, the developers, and by Alder Vivier. I think under A, I don't see how that we can find anything but that the proposed building provides a unique and high priority benefit to the general public. Madison has been growing tremendously, and like Mr. Binkowski said, the types of businesses that are able to pay, that want to locate downtown, they can afford it, are in the tech sector. They don't want to be out at the American Family Research Park, et cetera, in those locations, and they need parking. But back to this particular criteria. I mean, clearly, urban land will create a unique project that will greatly benefit the public and Madison and continue our growth, and be very instrumental in the continued success of downtown Madison. I think that, and I'll jump around a little bit, but under C, I do not believe that there are reasonable alternatives to this proposed project. And speaking from experience, in the East Washington corridor, we've, as many of you know, we are under construction on a second residential project that has some office space in it. We initially, for both sites, actually looked at office-only buildings, and for the second site that's under construction now, we were fairly far down the road with a financial institution that wanted to locate their headquarters there, and even we had something like 4 stalls per 1,000, and that wasn't enough for them, so they went out way out to I-94. So we lost them. It is very difficult to do parking on East Washington for the very reason that Mr. Binkowski stated, and that you cannot do underground parking there. So you have to build a giant structure above ground, and office buildings require quite a bit of parking, more parking typically than residential. and if you look at what else has happened on East Washington with the Spark and the American Family Building, et cetera, the only reason that those are successful, that those were able to be built, is because the city built a structured parking ramp across the street. They wouldn't have been able to build parking for themselves on that site. So I don't want to get too long-winded here, but I really believe that for this type of project, I'll just a little bit. There's very little chance to do something like this to the west of the square. There's very little land there available to do something like this. The university owns a lot of it. There's a lot of student housing, et cetera. And the East Washington corridor is getting to be built out, and there really isn't that much more space to do a large-scale project like this. So I would argue that that there isn't a reasonable alternative for this project other than where it's being proposed. And I guess under B, I think one of the best points that was made is really with respect to the American Exchange building. I think that as much as any other building on the square is really one of the crown jewels as far as historic resources. And Mr. Binkowski and others that made the point are on point in that buildings that have no parking, that are more or less Class B office space, are really struggling to maintain tenants. And in fact, I got a call just a few weeks ago from someone that owns a historic building just off the square, who is losing tenants, even at the lower rates that they're asking, because they don't have any parking, and the parking rates for third party, shall we say, parking stalls are really high, $180, $200, including the city ramp. So that's too much for these people to pay, and being able to adapt that space into a more standard office floor plate would really ensure the long-term viability of the American Exchange building, which in comparison to the building in question, where was perhaps of questionable landmark ability, if you will, at the time, I just don't see the comparison there. And what we essentially end up with is if they reconstruct, and I know that's not necessarily a great thing in the historic preservation world, but what you have now is essentially a second floor exterior facade that has some nice detailing on it, and that's what you're going to have if this project goes through at the end of the day. And I guess from a practical standpoint, I don't know that it matters that much given the other benefits that the project is proposing. So I think that I can wrap it up there. I think it's just too, and I do agree with Alder Verveer too. It's too important of a project to essentially kill it at this juncture without having it be properly vetted over the next year by the various groups and neighborhoods, the planning commission, etc. So I will leave it at that. I also agree that and I thought this for a long time, the Webster Street side is such a blight when you come downtown with the 70s style drive-through and the surface parking lot, and which would be a tremendous improvement. So I'm in favor of granting the variance, and would make a motion to that effect when we're ready to do it.
Okay. Thank you. Other members of the body, please, either in response to Mr. Arneson or questions for Ms. Bailey or further comment. Okay, Mr. Taylor.
Chairwoman, I'd like to second Mr. Arneson's motion to allow the variance.
Okay, do you wish to speak to it? I'd like to make sure, again, without long repetition, but I think it's important to think about.
No, I won't be long-winded. I do think it's a unique opportunity to speak to A on the three listed criteria. I do think it's a unique opportunity being right on the corner of the square, Madison, Wisconsin. And with the building that's going on along East Wash and what's going on around it, I think it would be a great addition.
Okay. That moved very quickly, so I think we have a motion and a second, but there is time for more discussion, and this is the time to have it, please. Okay, Alder Martin. I did it.
No, I didn't. There you go. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Yeah. Okay. This will be very quick, but I thought that Mr. Arnson's points were very well founded, and those were the ones that I was formulating in my head. He got there first, and I just want to say I agree with those points. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Ms. Kalshevsky, I think I did it. No, I didn't. Katie.
Yeah.
I got you.
I understand what everyone else is saying. I very much disagree. It is our job to look after these kind of buildings, just because we landmarked this for a reason. We landmarked it in 2008. Yes, the idea of what needs to be preserved and what needs to be saved changes over time. Example, we were tearing down Victorians all over, and now they're great, and people preserve them and try and keep them. It is our job to protect these kind of small things that no one thinks has any importance and wants to put a variance on to demolish so that they can add parking to downtown. And if it is truly needed by the public, the Common Council can make that decision. But we should be standing by what we previously found was landmarked, and the idea of rebuild. I honestly don't rebuild it if we're going to give it this variance. I think it's unneeded, but that's for another decision when this comes in for a certificate of appropriateness. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for that. Do you have anything specific to say with regards to the standards that Ms. Bailey asked us to speak with?
Oh, she took them down. Can you put them back up, Heather?
You don't have to. I just thought it might be helpful for the record.
Yeah, I guess I don't agree with A and B particularly, and probably C. I understand the argument to a degree. I guess I wouldn't call the block that the Old Fashioned sits on as blighted, but that is a personal opinion, and it's potentially not the exact definition of blighted. But I honestly don't see a majority of the project fitting any of these personally.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ms. Bailey, while I wait to see if any other commissioners wish to speak at this moment, I think it might be helpful if you spend a moment just talking about the next stages. If this were to be approved, what would come before the commission again, just so we're all on the same page with that.
Sure. So as the applicants have said, this is a multifaceted project. It will require a number of approvals. That includes additional bodies beyond the Landmarks Commission, but it also means the Landmarks Commission. As currently proposed, this is going to need the COA for the demolition, a COA for the land combination, because this will require consolidation of a number of lots. It will also require a COA for the new construction, because this will end up having new construction attached to the American Exchange Bank landmark building.
Okay.
Landmarks will also provide its advisory recommendation for construction adjacent to a landmark, because this will be adjacent to some other landmarks in the vicinity, and that will go on to the Plan Commission, well, the Urban Design Commission and Plan Commission. So this will go to all of the formal planning bodies, in addition to any number of other city departments that will have a say with a development of the scale that is downtown.
Okay. Commissioners, any other further questions, comments? We do have a motion on the table to approve the request for a variance, and that has been seconded. Further discussion on this item? Okay, Commissioner McLean, I think I got it.
Yeah, it's me again. I guess let me first say, before we get too far along tonight, regarding urban land interests, I share the same sentiments I think most everyone else has shared about what they have brought to the square and to Madison as a whole, quite frankly. Years past in my other life, always held high regards for them and the work they've done, and how they basically turned Block 89 around was fantastic. With regards to this project, again, I have no doubt that they'll do a fantastic job. I'm just not convinced that this project has to include the demolition of the landmark. And I should say, for the proposed project, obviously it does, but for a different project, maybe not so much. So that kind of takes me to, I guess, one could say, because it's been brought up, the site is unique. So one could argue that any project that's brought forth could be unique to qualify to remove the landmark, which I think we could probably agree that not any project would be unique enough to do that. But yet, with some of the arguments, I guess we've heard, it seems like it's about the site, not about the project, which in my mind isn't what A is really about. With B, substantially outweigh the strong public interest in preserving historic resources. Again, I guess I don't see it. There's site and space to do a great project on that block without encompassing the entire half of the block. And I know it's not quite as what they're looking for, because it downsizes it quite a bit. So I understand that. And what's coming forth too, again, is there's as much public, I think, interest that will be developed there that it would still be the same, I think, with keeping the facades as they are, the buildings as they are, I should say, on the square. Because from my understanding for the project, the majority of the public interest would be on the storefront first floor access all the way around the block, which can still be done without taking out the landmark. And parking, I get it. I know. It's not great parking downtown. But again, if we were talking about something other than a landmark, an adjacency or something like that, it would be a different discussion. But I just have a hard time, I think, having the Landmarks Commission issue a certificate of appropriateness to demolish a landmark. It seems, I don't need to say more on that, I guess. And as far as any reasonable alternatives to granting a variance would allow the project to occur in the city, I think I've spoken about it again. It's pretty subjective. A project can happen here. It may not be the full-blown project that was brought before us proposed today, but there's no reason a project can't happen here. I think even the site that's barren, that has nothing on it right now, is still bigger than some of the sites that have been developed around the square very successfully. So that's why I question the need to take out the landmarks to do even more, I guess, than what has already been successful on the square. So I think that's pretty much, I'm good.
Okay, thank you very much. So Ms. Bailey, let's see. Okay, hold on. We have another. Mr. Taylor, I'm going to attempt to unmute you.
I just want to respond to Commissioner McLean when he just mentioned that he can see about the certificate of appropriateness. This particular vote is not on the certificate of appropriateness, right? This is just on the variance, correct? I just want to be clear on that. This is not a COA that we're discussing currently, the motion that Rich put forward. This was more just based on the variance, correct? I just want to be clear on that.
So this is related to a COA, but this is about the variance request. So if you grant this variance request, then when at our next meeting, when there is the certificate of appropriateness application for the demolition, the variance request would meet the requirement for granting that COA.
So basically, this is the vote on the COA.
In effect.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody is on the same page. Mr. Taylor, did you have a follow-up on that?
Oh, he's muted.
Okay. Now he's not.
So you said, in essence, this is the vote on the COA, or it isn't?
So I would say a little bit of both. This is not the certificate of appropriateness application for the demolition. This is the variance, which is why we're talking through a different set of standards than we normally would with a demolition request. So with this variance, if you grant them the variance today, at the next meeting, they will likely come in at the very least with the application that we have on file for the COA for demolition, and maybe some of the other COAs. I don't know. That's up to the applicant. But yes, the variance request relates to the demolition, and it would, in effect, answer the question about whether the Landmarks Commission would grant the certificate of appropriateness for the demolition related to this project.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Taylor? Not letting me unmute, Mr. Taylor.
No, I think I got it. Okay. I think I got it on this.
Okay, great. Any other comments from the commission? Okay, if not, I have one thing that may prompt further discussion, sorry. But I did want to ask Ms. Bailey a question about the memo that, well, her report in response, let's see, dated May, let's see. This was in your response in referring to the city attorney's office with regards to the language that made up this ordinance, the background information on that. And Ms. Bailey, I wanted to ask, in that memo, Mr. Strange's memo, there's a lot of language about escape valve, that this was developed specifically for an escape valve for projects, I'm paraphrasing here, but with a potentially high public interest component to it. And I just, I really think that we've heard a lot of opinions, widely varying here relative to the standards. And I think that that happens with controversial projects generally. But I think one of the concerns that I've been hearing has to do with this being precedent setting, potentially, that this will be an escape valve that comes to the fore with a lot of different projects. And so I'm wondering if you have anything to say about precedents and historic preservation. We often say when we work in the field that there are no precedents, right? And as I think it was Katie spoke to the fact that things are always changing, but I'm wondering what you could say that might put concerns about this at ease. I know that may go against the recommendations of your staff report, but there is a motion on the table that's been seconded to approve the variance. So I'm wondering if you have anything to say about either that memo or the precedent setting that could be a concern here.
Sure. So my understanding of the discussion based upon the memo, since I was not there for those discussions for LORC 1, was that they were concerned about creating a situation where the city was painting itself into a corner. And rather that, well, as Alder Verveer brought up, rather than historic preservation increasing vitality and the economic benefits of the city of Madison, that it becomes something that stagnated the vibrancy of the community. And there in the policy section for the historic preservation ordinance, it's that historic preservation should be to the benefit of the city. So for the escape valve, they wanted something that didn't completely undercut the intent of the historic preservation ordinance, so that we were just wholesale knocking down landmarks for any reason, but acknowledge that there might be instances where the value of the historic resources was outweighed by a greater public need. So every project is unique. There's a unique set of circumstances. The recommendation as staff is providing detailed findings for each A, B, and C, and that is what will provide the precedent for this particular case and how this case is unique. And then any additional projects that came in for other properties, they would still need to be able to make a case for why their project is unique and meets a unique set of circumstances.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, there is a motion on the table with a second. Is there any further discussion on this item?
If you would allow me to interject, I will say I think Commissioner Arneson has articulated points for each of the criteria, and those can be used as the findings in the minutes for the motion.
Okay, so you don't need a separate vote based on all three of those at this juncture. We can vote on the entire A, B, and C altogether. Okay, all right. Further discussion. I understand it's late. I understand we've been here a while and I don't do well on Zoom meetings, obviously. I can't press buttons, but this is the time to have the debate if we're going to have this debate. I think Ms. Bailey has clarified as much as she can what we're voting on relative to the COA that will be coming back to us. There will be more input, and I think it's quite vital that the Landmarks Commission will have input going forward in terms of the design, specifically with thinking about whether or not to reuse the facades, which does really go against, at least as proposed, sort of dominant preservation practice. So any further comments before we hold this vote? Ms. Bailey, am I missing anything that you need on your end?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Sorry. I want to make sure I've got all of this right. So in terms of voting here, I think we're going to do the hands.
I would recommend a roll call vote since I think that this is likely to be a contested vote.
You want to do a roll call vote? Okay, so do I just call everybody's name here or do you want?
I can do the roll call.
Okay, I think we're going to do that. One last call for any comments or questions. Okay, I think we're good.
I'm just going to unmute everyone for this.
Okay.
Okay, Katie Kalashewski.
Nay.
Rich Arneson.
Aye.
Betty Banks is not present. Arvina Martin.
Aye.
David McLean.
Nay.
Maurice Taylor.
Aye.
Okay, so that is 3 yes votes and 2 no. I think in this instance, the chair has to vote because it would be a tie-breaking vote.
Okay, chair votes aye.
Okay, motion passes.
All right, I want to thank everyone, including all of the attendees today who came and offered their voices. We will see this project again at further states. Okay. Ms. Bailey, how are you feeling? Should we take a 3-minute break for urgent needs or shall we continue?
I would not object to a 5-minute break.
Okay. Sorry, everyone. I realize we may lose some of the commissioners, but I think we need a break.
I would recommend a 5-minute recess.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. We'll see you in 5 minutes, resuming at 8:08 p.m. here. Hi, Joe. All right. I think we've gone down in numbers. So, Ms. Bailey, how do you want to do this? Would you like to, should we roll call again?
Sure. So I would say we are, I would recommend a motion for calling the meeting back into session.
Yes. Okay. So I want to move to call the meeting back into session.
And I can do a roll call.
Okay.
So,
I hear a second from Alder Martin. Thank you. All those in favor? We're all good. All right.
Okay. So Anna Andrzejewski.
Here.
Katie Kalashevsky.
Here.
Rich Arneson. No Rich at the moment. Betty Banks. Still not present. Arvina Martin.
Here.
David McLean.
Here.
And Maurice Taylor.
Here.
Okay, so we'll confirm that we have a quorum.
Have a quorum.
All right, so we're moving on to very quickly to item 7, Legistar 60205, a project at 909 through 915 Jennifer Street, a land combination, Third Lake Ridge, historic district in the 6th Aldermanic District.
Okay. So, yes, this is a certificate of appropriateness for the land combination. This is a project that is likely to also have additional COAs coming in, but for now, the project is just talking about the certificate of appropriateness to combine the 2 lots on which the 2 buildings that you see in front of you are currently located on. So, proposed work, combine the lots. And so I have, this is a view from our city GIS, and I've added the red polygon around the 2 lots that are in question. And despite how close those buildings are, there is a little bit of space, not a lot. So history of the property, the block originally had mostly double parcels, meaning they were of a width that could accommodate a single family residence. And some of those evolved to have 2 principal structures on them, and subsequently some of those divided, but also recombined into different configurations. There was a lot going on in this part of Third Lake Ridge. For the 2 lots in question, they were originally part of 2 separate double wide parcels. So what I have here up on the top of the screen, I've got the 1908 Sanborn, where you see the block face that these properties are located on, mostly had 2 dwelling units per parcel. There are some exceptions, and what you see here on this block is kind of typical in terms of the bit of randomness going on the adjacent blocks. For the bottom map, we have the 1950 Sanborn, and you can see how these properties reconfigured in a variety of combinations. So the standards though, so here we go. For the 2 properties in question, let me go back and forth. So we have the 2 different maps, but then you see the properties in question. And really the principal structures are largely remaining unchanged for where these 2 were located, but the lot lines are what are changing. This particular image is from the application to meet the standard about being of a comparable lot size. So they highlight in purple the parcel that they are proposing to create and how it is of a similarly sized lot to others in the neighborhood, and that's within 200 feet. But also for the 1 adjacent parcel, it would be of a similar size. What you see here is the 2 lots and the current building footprints. So for applicable standards, the commission shall approve unless it finds that, and for this one, it's these 2 elements because we're not talking about a landmark property, finds that the lots are incompatible with adjacent lot sizes, and we see that it is both compatible and similar to adjacent lot sizes, or fail to maintain the general lot size pattern of the historic district. And this would be in keeping with the general lot size pattern of the historic district. So going back to the lot size pattern in the historic district.
So staff believes the standards for granting a certificate of appropriateness are met and recommends the Landmarks Commission approve the project as proposed.
Okay, great. Thank you. I need to open the public hearing for this. Ms. Bailey, do we have any registrants for this item?
Yes, just a moment, let me flip screens. So for this item, we have Abby Davidson, registered in support and wishing to speak on behalf of the project. Oh, sorry, I do not wish to speak, but I am available to answer questions. Pardon.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't see Abby in the attendees list either. So.
Okay. All right. Since she is not present, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Commissioners, comments, questions for Ms. Bailey, as well as discussion of this item.
I would like to say Refine Jennifer shows up in the list of attendees, and that will be them. That will be the applicants.
Okay. Great. Okay, so now they can, so I'll reopen the public hearing if commissioners want to ask questions of the applicants. Refine Jennifer, are you there?
Yes, Paul is here. I didn't think I would be speaking. I think there was a technical confusion.
I just want to make sure you're there. Okay. All right, I see no questions at this time, so thank you very much for remaining on the line.
No problem.
All right, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Questions from the commission? Okay, Mr. McLean.
Sorry, I was too slow with the handy thing. I was going to ask the applicant what the intent was to combine the lots, but maybe Ms. Bailey already knows.
Yes, this is part of a larger proposal for a co-housing rehabilitation of these two properties. The plans that they have shared with staff would actually involve connecting the two buildings below grade, and so it would operate as a single building. These two primary structures will still read as two primary structures, and therefore meet the historic district standards. There is also the possibility of request for demolition of the older garage that is on the back of one of those parcels. The way it is configured makes it difficult for parking and for the rehabilitation, or for just the single property that is there, but for the rehabilitation of these two structures, a reconfiguration of the parking on the back of the property would be ideal.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, I will look for a motion on this item.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, Alder Martin?
I'll second.
Okay. Ms. Kalszewski, do you have anything to add, or were you just seconding?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just seconding.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to assume unanimous consent. Are there any objections? If so, please use the raise your hand function. Okay, seeing none, item 7 is approved by unanimous vote. Am I missing anything, Ms. Bailey? Okay, I saw a look there like I did something. All right, moving on, new business. This is Legistar number 59575, adopting the Historic Preservation Plan as a supplement to the Comprehensive Plan, directing the staff to implement recommendations in the plan, and dissolving the Historic Preservation Plan Advisory Committee. I think I missed that line as I was looking over this. Ms. Bailey.
So this is very short. The Landmarks Commission did the heavy lifting on this review during its special session at the end of January. What staff did was incorporated your comments and the suggested edits. Oh, by the way, so this is what the final draft looks like. That's what the cover of the final draft looks like. And it helps if I'm clicking on the right thing. So after that, the plan went on to be introduced at Common Council. They referred it to one entity, the Plan Commission, that went before Plan Commission on March 9th. Plan Commission recommended approval with a substitute resolution. And so the reason why this is a substitute resolution is because all of the sponsors agreed to the substitute language, and that included incorporating the Underrepresented Communities Historic Resources Survey Report as a living document, as a way to highlight the importance of this document and the precedents for including such a piece to be our foundation point for our preservation plan. So that shows up also as one of the final elements for the resolution. So staff recommends the Landmarks Commission adopt, the language here is still wrong, I'm sorry for the grammar, adopt the substitute resolution to adopt the Historic Preservation Plan and forward it to Common Council for adoption.
A lot of adopting.
A lot of adopting.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. I'll open the floor to members of the body for discussion or for a motion, please. Okay. Alder McLean.
I would be happy to make the motion to move it forward.
Why do you keep doing that? All right. Alder Martin.
Again.
Okay.
Sorry, what agenda item is this?
This is item number 8.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry. I thought I said that part of it. All right. Any further discussion of item 8? Okay, seeing none, I will assume automatic consent. Are there any objections to item 8? Please use the raise your hand function. Seeing none, item 8 passes unanimously. Thank you. Another item of new business is item 9. This is Legistar 59810, a project at 935 West Johnson Street in the 8th Aldermanic District. Consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence to accommodate a future UW-Madison academic building. Ms. Bailey.
So, and let me get this into presentation mode. What we have up here is a street view of the property in question. This is an advisory recommendation. Landmarks Commission reviewed this proposed demolition as part of its standard demolition review at the February 17th meeting and gave its B finding, or the middle of the road finding, of regretting the loss of the structure as having been a part of the vernacular context of Madison. It went before Plan Commission on March 9th, where the Plan Commission asked for more detailed report on the property from the preservation planner. So I prepared a more detailed report and presented that to Plan Commission on April 13th. Plan Commission referred their consideration of the demolition back to Landmarks Commission for their review of the report from the preservation planner. They wanted this body to be able to have access to that more in-depth research for your information and see if your recommendation remains the same. So we have the view that's up on the right-hand side is from, again, the 1980s survey that we did of downtown. A more recent view of the property is on the left-hand side. The overall footprint of this property seems to have largely remained the same. There have been some additions over time. Although the way that this sort of the shape looks, it makes it seem like it's a side gable, but really it's a couple of different intersecting gables. You see the overall footprint of the building in the 1902 Sanborn Fire Insurance map, and there are some additions that mostly happen on the back side of that rear wing of the L that fill that out over time. So for findings, this was a residence for 19th century working class families, likely housed 2 Civil War veterans, one of whom they ended up subdividing and selling off the property while the male applicant or the male property owner was off battling in the Civil War. A subsequent property owner had been a Civil War veteran, and then worked for a railroad. This was also the residence of one of the owners of the Teckenmeyer Candy Company, although there are other properties related to the Teckenmeyer Candy Company that perhaps are better suited to telling that story. For the early 20th century, this property is able to tell the waves of rental housing near the university. There you see a wave of different types of students, also working class residents, some of whom who worked at the university. This also was a location for a variety of female professionals at different points in time. There was a period of a couple different librarians living there. And then finally, this was the Meller Real Estate Company, which was a female-owned business for a significant chunk of the 20th century. One of the standards that if we were doing a larger environmental review related to the National Historic Preservation Act, we would be talking about, is this property potentially eligible for the National Register of Historic Places? But that's not really one of the standards that we are using here. We would be thinking about, is this property potentially a Madison landmark? And if we're just looking at the history, we could say it's associated with the broad patterns of cultural, political, economic, or social history of the nation, state, or community. However, I think we do need to take into consideration the current condition of the building. The university has only recently acquired the building, but previous property owners did not necessarily invest in the upkeep of the building, and it's in very rough shape. So going back to the standards that are part of your advisory recommendation, here are the standard language that we have. I would recommend for providing detailed guidance to the Plan Commission. If you are, whatever motion you make, please include some additional findings about why you are coming to that conclusion. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bailey. I imagine there will be questions on this one. So I'd like to, in the interests of efficiency, just move on. If any commissioners have any thoughts about this, I did go to the Plan Commission to explain our ranking system, A, B, and C, such as it was. And I think Alder Martin may remember this. It's basically, we do need to provide them, especially in the case of a B, with specific feedback. So as you speak to this, it's essentially a reconsideration. One might say, please try to use specific language, and the motion should include specific language if possible. Okay, don't everyone speak at once.
I will say there are registrants wishing to speak on behalf of this project.
I did not realize that. Thank you for saying that. So let's move on to the first registrant, Ms. Bailey.
So the first registrant is Gary Brown, registering in support and wishing to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm assuming you can hear me, so I won't ask the proverbial question. I am the Director of Campus Planning and Historic Preservation Officer for the university. And I do want to thank Ms. Bailey for her in-depth research on very short notice to put together a lot of detail about this parcel that we recently purchased here last fall. Her research actually confirmed most of the research that I had completed for some of the early owners of the property, as well as the Malors and the Myers, who owned the property from which we purchased them. I would note that the university owns all the property to the east, and we do plan to develop that property starting in 2021. It is our number one major project request in the 21-23 capital budget that has been submitted to UW System in the state. So we are moving forward on a project that will see development in this block. And I would also note that I submitted the confirmation from the Wisconsin Historical Society that the property is not historically significant, is not eligible for listing on the National Register or the State Register. They support removal of the building. The university also submitted some interior and exterior photos for your review. Those were as recent as last month, I believe in March and April. Those photos were taken. So that you can see the existing condition, both interior and exterior. And we do support confirming your prior action on this. That yes, it is an interesting building. It does add to the cultural significance of the city, but in and itself, it is not a historic building. There's not historic character and it's not associated with a historic architect of any kind. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Again, thank Ms. Bailey for her detailed research on this property for us.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Do any of the commissioners have questions for Mr. Brown? Okay, thank you very much. Maybe hang on the line, Gary. All right, Ms. Bailey.
There is one other registrant, Brent Lloyd, registered in support, but not wishing to speak, available for questions.
Okay. All right. Now we're back, I think, to Commissioner comment discussion and perhaps a motion. And again, just a reminder, please speak to specifics about your reasoning here, both in comments and in a motion as to why you believe it falls into our A, B, and C. And Ms. Bailey can put that up again if necessary. Okay, Ms. Koszewski. I did it. Okay.
So I would argue that it's still a B. It is a nice, although in poor condition, vernacular building that has a long history. And it is sad to lose that vernacular architecture in the city, particularly in those areas as the university continues to grow. However, I don't think that the loss of it is particularly significant, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments before there's a motion? I appreciate you speaking, Katie, directly to what the Plan Commission is looking for in terms of why you're going with B. Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion. And to be clear, Ms. Bailey, we need a motion to demolish. I mean, this is a sort of unorthodox one here. What should we be moving? That might help.
This is an advisory recommendation on the historic value of the property.
So the motion, I'll let Mr. McLean take a stab at it. There you go.
I am going to use Katie's explanation as my motion.
Okay.
So just to be clear on top of that, I do not oppose demolition. Just to make sure that's clear in the motion.
Okay. And Katie, I've unmuted you.
I'm just seconding. I agree. Additionally, the SHPO has asked for photographs of the building to be taken before it's demolished.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion that has been made and seconded with some language. I hope that Lauren caught some of it and certainly recorded that Katie shared with us today. Any further discussion on this item? To reiterate, we're going with B, that while it adds to the context, there's nothing in the particular building itself, both because of its condition and also in its features, that merits it sort of earning preservation in its own right. Is that a fair assessment, Ms. Bailey?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to call the vote here. I'm going to assume unanimous consent. If you object to this, please acknowledge by raising your hand in the Zoom box right now. Okay, that would be a unanimous vote on item number 9. Cool. All right. It is so weird not to have feedback. I'm still not used to this. Okay, item 10, the Secretary's report. Ms. Bailey.
So this is really to give you a heads up on the schedule as we currently know it. And as with anything else, circumstances are continually changing. For right now, the plan is for the staff with chair support to make a request to the mayor and the Common Council for holding an emergency meeting in the Landmarks Commission every 4 to 6 weeks. We have approval for a June 1st meeting. This will allow projects that need building permits to be able to continue to move forward. It will also allow Landmarks Commission to be able to continue to provide their advisory recommendations related to demolitions and be able to provide that information to the Plan Commission so they can continue with a more seamless review of their projects on their end. So for right now, there's approval for June 1. We have not made a request for anything past that. We're waiting to see if circumstances may change. As they change, we'll let you know.
Thank you so much. And I would really ask all the commissioners to please look at their schedules. And I realize a lot of us are home and seemingly free, but some of us, do have jobs. So please look at your schedules, personal and professional, and keep staff informed if you do have conflicts so we can plan accordingly. With only a few dates, the projects I'm assuming are backing up, and we need to do our best to try to make sure we're giving answers to projects that need them in a timely fashion.
We're still keeping the submittal deadlines so that as submissions come in, we can provide feedback on items and be able to have a faster turnaround as opposed to a whole bunch of stuff come in and then we're providing a whole slew of feedback.
Okay, great. So our last item on the agenda before adjournment is a long list of buildings proposed for demolition, Legistar 58738. Ms. Bailey.
Okay. So this one's going to be a little bit different in that, so in the interim of us meeting, a project came up where Landmarks Commission had previously provided their advisory recommendation for 66 West Town Mall. But then when it came up for their hearing before Plan Commission, the applicant realized they had entered in 66 West Town Mall into the demolition listserv, but they were really making a request for 36 West Town Mall. So the ordinance language allows the preservation planner to file a report on the historic value of the project. And so I did so. And so that report is attached to your overall demolition report at the end. Just as Landmarks Commission found 66 West Town Mall did not have any known historic value, I made the same finding for 36 West Town Mall. For the rest of the demolitions that you have there, I have pulled out all of the items that I think my recommendation would be a finding of no known historic value. And so I've got a listing of the addresses there, in addition to some limited information. There's more detailed information in the staff report, but I offer these up for a possible motion of a finding of no known historic value unless you want to call any of these out separately.
So you will not be going through these, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'd ask the commissioners to take a moment. Please look at this list. Ms. Bailey, and by way of procedure, do you want us to vote on these now? Or should we wait until
I think that makes sense.
Okay. So commissioners, as you look through this list, you have the staff report in front of you with information about each of the properties. When you're through, I will entertain a motion to rate all of these on the list as having no known historic value, which would be A. Mr. Taylor.
I'll motion to adopt staff recommendation on these. This is 10 total. Was it 11? These 11 total projects as no known historic value.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion on the table to accept these 11 properties as having no known historic value, and our criteria list is A. So I'll be looking for a second. Why did you jump? Okay, Katie, I think I unmuted you. I hope.
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion?
Oh, we do have 3 people registered wishing to speak.
We have other, they are for one of the ones we're coming up to next.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Thanks. Really appreciate it.
I'm done.
Okay. Maurice, did you have anything else to add here?
Sorry, just one quick question for Ms. Bailey. I may have raised this in a previous meeting, but the stuff that we are seeing in the landmarks meeting that she's already marked of having no preservation file, just asking as just a question, why are we seeing these specific projects come through or properties come through when there's not already a preservation file in place?
Sure.
Just a question.
Mm-hmm. So the current language in our ordinances asks for a report from the preservation planner with a possible recommendation from the Landmarks Commission about any possible known historic value for a property. And that's part of the standards the Plan Commission uses to review proposed demolitions. So as a matter of practice, instead of just having a report come from the preservation planner, we also make it part of our public process so that the Landmarks Commission, as the official city stewards of properties that have known historic value, can weigh in on these. Just because I don't have a preservation file, that doesn't mean there isn't necessarily any historic value to a property. By taking it through this public process, we provide the opportunity for members of the public to weigh in and provide information. Just because I don't have it in the file, that doesn't mean somebody else isn't going to say, oh, by the way, there's a super significant information. For other communities, there was one, Lord, it's probably been 10 years ago now, where it was a house of one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence out east. And it was mid-demolition before somebody came in and was like, whoa, there's this significant information. And it hadn't been through a process like this for a historic preservation board to be able to provide their advisory recommendation on the historic value of a property. And so it slipped through the cracks. This is meant to be a process so that properties that just because we haven't surveyed them before don't slip through the cracks.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion on the table, which has also been seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to assume unanimous consent. If you object to the staff recommendation, accepting the staff recommendation on these 11 properties, please indicate it in the Zoom window right now. Okay, seeing none, these pass unanimously as having no known historic value.
Okay, so moving on, and these are the properties that we have registrants wishing to speak. All of these properties that I'm going to talk about next are related to a proposed development that would be occupying a chunk of the 400 block of East Washington. So first property in question, 9 North Hancock Street. This was constructed in 1894 per assessor records, 1892 per the preservation file. There are various attached reports. There's one from the applicant for the research from Legacy Architecture. There's also a report from Gary Tipler providing his known information. This property is associated with I'm going to pronounce it, the Fund family. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And there's a possible significance as the boyhood home of noted physicist August Fund. I would say that's a little bit of a tenuous connection though, but I think this is, if we're going to tell his story in Madison, this is the property to do it. For 408 East Washington, constructed 1866 per the preservation file, 1890 per the assessor. There were additions in 1915, 1935, 1938. The core of the older part of the building is a brick Italianate house. There's a Mediterranean Revival storefront addition off the front, which I think is fun in terms of an overall evolution of our property. Originally, this was the Scheibel residence and florist shop. There's currently a single family, right? Or maybe there's a residence. I'm not going to say it's single family. It might be multifamily. There's a house currently behind the building. Back when the Scheibels owned the property, there was a large greenhouse there, and that was part of their overall florist business. 410 East Washington, the commercial structure constructed 1900, residential was constructed in 1907, which is interesting that it went in that order. Normally, there was a residential structure and they popped out a more modern-looking commercial building off the front, but this one's a little bit different. Residence was home for Emil Frautschi, president of the president of the Madison Association of Commerce from 1929 to 1931. Preservation file claims the house looks like a Claude and Stark, but it was just based upon its look. There was no documentation they were able to find to bolster that claim. I'm going to recommend seeing the associated reports, but we also have the folks who prepared one of those reports here available to speak on behalf. 414 East Washington is a curious building. It was constructed in 1924. I do not have a preservation file. I'd recommend seeing the reports. That curved inset there on the corner, that building has always had that. If you go back and look at the Sanborn maps, it's always had that configuration. So there is probably more going on underneath the ephes, but we are currently unable to see that. 8 North Franklin Street, constructed in 1900, no preservation file. I would recommend seeing the attached reports. 12 North Franklin, constructed in 1875 per the preservation file, 1879 per the assessor record, built as an investment property by grocer Tim Purcell, who constructed several houses in the neighborhood. So here is the slate of properties proposed for demolition, your criteria. This is a project that has a great deal of scrutiny, so I'm going to say I would recommend providing some very detailed information to Plan Commission for whatever recommendation you make. I am going to escape out of the presentation so I can see the registrants. First on the list is Rowan Davidson, registering in support and wishing to speak.
Hello, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, thanks, Ron.
Great, good evening. I am representing Legacy Architecture as a historic preservation consultant. We worked with Knopf and Bruce Architects on a study of the 7 properties on the 400 block of East Washington Avenue to look at their specific history and architectural conditions. During our research, we did find a few additional things that reiterate and build on what Ms. Bailey has already said and what's contained in the staff's report. To start with, August Funn, the notable physicist, did live in the house at 9 North Hancock Street from the age of 15 to when he attended college. It was his family's 3rd home in Madison, and he may have continued to live there through his college years at UW-Madison, which was not uncommon at the time. He then left to study physics at Johns Hopkins, where he remained and taught for the rest of his life. I would argue that any resource associated with Funn's life is more appropriately located in Baltimore, where his adult life and career took place, even though I recognize that this is not necessarily the way that local history always works. The neighboring building at 408 East Washington Avenue was the Scheibel Florist from 1875 to 1892. Operated by Funn's grandparents, the building had a large and remarkable greenhouse in the rear and a prominent front porch, both of which are now gone. The remaining house is obscured by its numerous additions, which you've already seen. Next door to that as well is Emil and Ida Frautschi's house, 410 West Washington, which was built in 1908. The Frautschis, as already mentioned, are a notable family in the history of Madison, and Emil's father, Christian, established the Frautschi and Sons Funeral Directors business. There were 5 Frautschi children in all and 2 associated existing business locations closer to the Capitol Square. This house is just one among many, and the places of business are arguably better suited to represent the Frautschis' history in Madison. The architecture of these 7 buildings, mostly apartments now, is generally in poor condition. Most, if not all of them, have significant alterations and replacement materials on the exterior, and all of them have interiors that lack a resemblance to the original design or use. It was suggested that the building at 410 East Washington Avenue, the Frautschi's home, was designed by the notable Madison architects Claude and Stark, known for their modified prairie-style designs. After looking into it a little further, this does not seem likely. The source for this supposition appears to be that the first preservation record for the property, produced by Kitty Rankin in 1983, has the text Claude and Stark with a question mark after it written in the notes. She did not go so far as to attribute the design to Claude and Stark outright. And my best guess is that the reason is that this building resembles another house designed independently by Louis Claude for his family 12 years earlier, located about 6 blocks away. This other house on Prospect Place has a similar front facade, but that's about where the similarities end, as it is much smaller with a different floor plan. The subject house on East Washington also had its porch rebuilt a few years ago, which further blurs any direct comparison. And there are many other front gabled houses in Madison from this period with similar materials and massing. Gordon Orr, who studied and recorded the work of Claude and Stark among a number of other turn-of-the-century architects, compiled an exhaustive list of all the firm's work, which can be found in the records of the planning department. This house is not among them. Furthermore, no building permits, newspaper mentions, business records, or drawings could be found to attribute the Frautschi house to Claude and Stark. I'd also like to draw attention to our report, which contains descriptions and photos to further illustrate the various buildings' present condition, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Any questions for the historic preservation consultant from the commission? Okay, seeing none. Rowan, you might want to stay on the line just in case something comes up. Thank you. Ms. Bailey?
Registrant Angie Black, registering in support and wishing to speak.
Hi, good evening. I'm Angie Black. I am part of the development team and I am a local land use attorney. I just want to provide some very quick background on the site that our team has put together that relates somewhat to the properties in the city's past review of these properties that are incorporated into both the zoning designation and the downtown plan. All of the parcels proposed for demolition are zoned UMX, urban mixed use. The city's zoning district intended to provide opportunities for high density residential and office uses in combination with limited retail and service uses designed to serve the immediate surroundings. The site also falls within the city's downtown plan adopted in July of 2012, which was the product of 4+ years of work, including approximately 125 group meetings with residents, neighborhood and community groups, city staff, city boards and commissions, business owners, and many other stakeholders and interested parties. The downtown plan places the site within the downtown core, which is recommended for the highest intensity of development within the city. One of the downtown plan's key recommendations is to accommodate future growth within the downtown. The process of creating the downtown plan included a detailed analysis of all of the parcels within the area covered by the downtown plan and considered, among other factors, parcel size, existing use, building condition, architectural character, and land valuation. During that process, none of these parcels was considered historic or deemed a landmark. The resulting parcel analysis map that's included in the downtown plan specifically identifies this site and these parcels as underutilized site and or obsolete building. And it is one of the few available sites identified in the downtown plan for potential redevelopment to accommodate the city's growth for a 20-year horizon. With those considerations, the downtown plan designates the entire site for infill redevelopment, demolishing the current low-density rental buildings to develop a multi-story mixed-use residential and commercial building is compatible with the intended use of the property within both the city's UMX zoning district and under the downtown plan. Adding density on this site eases the need for demolition of houses in adjacent neighborhoods, adds additional residential units for existing downtown residents, as well as those intending to relocate downtown to work in the office, retail, and other commercial businesses that are located downtown. Finally, demolition of the existing structures to allow redevelopment of the site will continue the orderly development and improvement of the East Washington Avenue corridor, which contains similar multi-level mixed-use buildings. It will complement the continued office and commercial uses, on and around the Capitol Square, and it will support the multiple Metro transit routes and the future bus rapid transit lines that run along the corridor and directly in front of this project. That said, I just wanted to give you some background on the planning that's done with regard to this entire site. I know Randy Bruce is also available for any specific architectural questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Black? Okay, Ms. Bailey?
There's also, yes, there's some additional registrants. There's Sophia Bridgeford, registered in opposition, saying, I do not wish to speak, but I'm available to answer questions. Randy Bruce is registered in support. Do not want to speak, available for questions. Amelia Britchford, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. And Weidlich, registered in opposition, not wishing to speak.
Okay. Do commissioners have any questions for any of the registrants? Okay. Thank you very much to those who registered on this item. The commission needs to offer an advisory recommendation about this set of buildings. So I will open the floor for comments. Okay, Katie, I've unmuted you.
Yeah, I think these are a solid B. As we've talked about multiple times, as multiple projects like this have come in front of us, it is really disappointing to see an entire demolition of a block for these kind of properties. These properties have stood for 100 years, and honestly, what's being built is probably not going to stand for 100 years. However, they are not significant in their own right, and therefore I understand and am okay with the demolition. It's the general everything else that's nothing that landmarks can comment on.
So along the lines of what you were saying earlier, I mean, they certainly contribute, just to echo the B standard. They do contribute potentially to the historic and cultural context of Madison, but due to condition and change, they have no value. They're not, thank you, historically, architecturally, or culturally significant.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments here? Okay. Katie, could we say that would be a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second on that motion? I've gotten some frozen. Okay, I think my network is challenged, so I'm going to turn off my camera. David, I think I unmuted you.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call, and I see that we have a unanimous vote. Thank you. A unanimous vote on approval of these advisory recommendation under B in our demolition matrix, I'm going to call it. Are there any objections to this? Please signify by raising your hand in the Zoom window an objection to approving this motion. I see none, so this cluster of properties passes unanimously.
Okay, in that case, I will move on to the next set. So this grouping is related to a proposed redevelopment along Winnebago. It does include one property that goes around the corner onto Russell Street. So 316 Russell Street was constructed in 1902 per the assessor record. I do not have a preservation file and was not able to find any information from the state either.
Do you have a show for us, a slideshow?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going through the show and I haven't shared the screen.
That's okay.
The share went away. Apologize. Okay, here we go. So properties in question, you have the overall context. And click back. So 316 Russell Street, as I said before, constructed 1902. I have no preservation file and there's no state site file related to this property. 1937 Winnebago Street was constructed in 1930, no preservation file. I will say it looks like there's an older building behind that facade, but there's been a great deal of intervention and more recent. These two storefronts are currently both addresses 1941.
The property on the left-hand side there, constructed 1934, originally the bakery store building, also housed Frisch Jeweler, Standard Brands Grocery, and the Kirby Home Sanitation System vacuum cleaners. On the right-hand side, we have constructed 1930, remodeled in 1968. Originally also part of the bakery store building, Dorfman Dentist Office, and the Kassabaum painting business. 1947 Winnebago, we have constructed 1927 per the preservation file, or 1928 per the assessor. Looking through some of the information in city directories, I think it's more likely the 1928 date from the assessor. Originally part of an overall, the AA Link commercial building, which had a couple of storefronts. This was the longtime barbershop of the probably Wagner and Helm families. 1949 Winnebago, constructed 1927 or 1929 per the preservation file, 1930 per the assessor. Originally part of the AA Link commercial building. It housed the Oliver Olson jewelry store from 1930 to 1943 by looking at the city directories. This one is, I suppose, more architecturally unique from the other buildings in that it's got this more sort of, I'm calling it Mediterranean revival elements, which I'm surprised seem to show up with some regularity across Madison. We get the good sort of the Spanish tile situation going on there. So these are the slated buildings. Again, I recommend some detailed information for Plan Commission to be able to consider. Their planning department had participated in a neighborhood meeting recently, and the neighbors did have some historic preservation concerns. I have not received any additional information beyond what I was able to track down.
Okay, thank you. Again, my video is off because I'm having some connectivity issues. Ms. Bailey, were there any registrants for this item, for these properties, excuse me?
Not that I am aware of.
Okay, and Joe, you can confirm that, I assume?
Correct, I don't see any more.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, commissioners, again, asking for discussion, perhaps a motion. Let's have some discussion briefly first. And again, looking for specific language, perhaps that could be part of a motion. Okay, Katie, I've unmuted you successfully, I think.
Yes. Like the other ones before this, I think that they are important to the vernacular context of Madison's built environment, particularly that small commercial part of Madison's history. However, again, they're not individually architecturally significant, that they don't rise to the level of, suggesting that they shouldn't be demolished.
Okay, thank you for that. I would agree with that, and also maybe say there have been a lot of changes. They're still clearly readable as a historic streetscape, but there's still been a lot of changes, so integrity could be an issue as well. Any other comments from members of the body? Okay, so is there a motion, Ms. Kolszewski, on that? Where are you?
Yes, I'll motion that they are a B.
Okay.
All my previous rambling.
Okay, thank you. Alder Martin.
And I second.
Okay. Any further discussion of the properties on Russell Street and Winnebago Street? Okay. Seeing none, I will assume unanimous agreement on this motion. If you object, please signify that by raising your hand in the Zoom window. Seeing none, this passes unanimously.
Oh, it's like the share stopped.
Huh?
Sorry, the share stopped. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. So next up is a development that involves both 824 East Main Street and 825 East Washington Avenue. Related to a new development that would be, I think, a new Moxie Hotel. Oh, and I've stopped clicking on things. Okay. So for the 824 East Main Street side, this involves a building that is a tractee constructed in 1927. I do not have a preservation file. I will say, while this is talking about this individual tractee, if we look immediately next door, there is this tractee complex that is currently undergoing rehab and adaptive reuse as an event venue. So there are tractees in the very immediate vicinity that are being adapted and reused that I would say retain more of the historic character of the early tractees than this particular one does. 825 East Washington Avenue was constructed in 1912 per the preservation file, 1914 per the assessor. Brickwork by Balch and Lippert, I'm probably mangling that, in 1923. In 1964, there was an addition done by Law and Potter. This was the longtime home of the Madison Fireproof Warehouse Company. In 1951, the company expanded their offerings to include moving vans. But so you can see there's still a painted sign over what was the, I suppose, Central Bay that still says storage on it. So here are your motions.
Okay, thank you very much. Open the floor for discussion on this one. Again, we need to provide specific language, particularly if we're saying B or C. So I would entertain a motion, or if someone wants to discuss more broadly. Well, I love tractee buildings. This is Anna. But I'm not, I remain unconvinced of when we start saying we're going to see all of them, meaning label them with a C designation. All right, let's see, Commissioner McLean, please.
Yeah, sorry, I for some reason crashed out for a little bit there, so I'm back. My understanding, this isn't one of the more desirable, I guess, collection of tractee buildings. Is that what I got out of the end of that?
Yes, and so what I included there was, so what is proposed for demolition is the tractee that's in the left-hand picture. But on the property immediately next door is this tractee complex of different tractees hooked together there that is currently undergoing adaptive reuse for transforming that property into an event center. So those tractees on the adjacent property, I would argue, retain a great deal more historic integrity than the property that is currently being proposed for demolition.
Thank you.
Anything else, David?
I guess I can make a motion since you got me on the line, right?
Okay. And you do realize we're talking about both 825 East Washington as well as 824 Main Street.
825. Oh, no, I didn't. But thank you.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of tough.
All right. I'm going to mute you, see if there's any other comments from the body. I suppose, Ms. Bailey, we can also separate those if that is the wish of any of the commissioners.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So if we want to proceed with one and not the other, I would entertain a motion. Hey, David.
Keep it on. For the track D, I would say an A.
Okay.
Well, I shouldn't say an A. What is A?
A is no known.
I guess it has slight historic value just because of its namesake, I suppose, but that's about it. So how's that for some more detail? Then for 825.
So why don't we separate for purposes? Are you saying A or B on the track D, please?
A for the track D.
Okay. I have a motion for an A on the track D building. Do I have a second on that? This is the property at 824 East Main Street.
Wonder if we lost everybody.
Oh, crap. It just keeps jumping around. All right. I unmuted Katie.
I'll second the A.
Okay. Any further discussion? This is 824 East Main Street Track D building. A motion has been made and seconded for A. Seeing none, I'm going to assume unanimous agreement on this, unless I see a hand raised in objection in the Zoom window. Okay, so a finding of A on 824 East Main Street. That leaves us 825 East Washington Street. Katie, do you have your hand up? Katie, do you have your hand up?
Am I speakable?
I didn't. I think that was an old hand, but I do have a question. Was the storage building built? Sorry, I missed what Heather said. The other building on East Washington, it was built for the fire?
Yes, for most of its time, up until relatively recently, it was owned by one property owner who operated the Madison Fireproof Warehouse Company. A significant chunk of the 20th century, this was the Madison Fireproof Warehouse Company.
Okay. Were they particularly important in the city of Madison? Do you happen to know?
I don't have any additional context. This was a place, it was early indoor storage where you could come and store stuff that if you were worried that it would burn in your wood house, this building was considered fireproof. And so you could come store items here without being concerned about them possibly burning down. Okay. And from the storage part of the business, like I said, it expanded out in 1951 to also include moving vans, I suppose from moving place to place, but also possibly moving stuff to this building for storage.
Okay, great. David, I still have you unmuted. I think we lost David.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Just keep on freezing on you guys.
Same.
Where are we? Sorry.
I thought you had wanted to say something, but I can.
No, I'm good. If we're back, I think I was never taken off mute or something, but.
Okay. You are now. Okay, so we need to come to consensus, if possible, on 825 East Washington. Discussion so far for those that are zooming in and out is centered on the historic use of the building by the Madison Fireproof Warehouse Company. Ms. Bailey, do you want to say anything as to the integrity of the building? It's hard to see because the tree is obscuring it.
The tree's in the way. This building has had some tough interventions. I would say there are elements of it that can still convey its historic associations. The street level has had a lot of changes. In particular, though, as a building that was used for storage purposes, the elements with that would have the large bays for opening up and for trucks to be able to drive in, those are largely obscured. And so some of the key components that would convey that historic association are missing.
Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay. Is anyone willing to make a motion on this property? Okay, Katie?
Once again, I would argue that this is a B. It's a nice vernacular building. It's had some obvious alterations to its facade, but it is a nice addition to the vernacular of Madison. However, it does not rise to the level of significance to be a C. So I have no concerns about its potential demolition.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to David. Yes.
I strongly second that. I kind of like the history too about the fact that, back when houses were burning down easily, this is where they kept their stuff. It's kind of interesting. It speaks a lot about the city and the surrounding area too, I think. Maybe not a lot, but
It's interesting history, but the building doesn't necessarily need to stay to convey said history, I think is what I'm hearing from you.
Yep, thanks.
All right. So we have a motion on the table for B that has been made and seconded with some reasoning behind it. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing no hands raised in the Zoom box, I'm going to assume unanimous consent. If you object to approval of this item for 825 East Washington, please signify by raising your hand in the Zoom box. Okay, this was approved unanimously as well. Ms. Bailey.
That's all I've got for you.
What?
By going through the grouping of A's at the beginning, that's all I've got for you.
I just wanted to make sure we're not called back in a week or so because we missed it.
No, the next meeting we have is June 1st, not before.
Okay. I really want to say to the commissioners that I appreciate you hanging in tonight. This was a long one. It's going to be long again in June, I would expect. So please communicate with staff or myself if you know that you cannot actually attend. And I also want to thank Joe and our tech staff for tonight for helping us out, really. I don't see the little hand wave icon, but I'm waving my hand in Zoom. You guys are great. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn. I'm going to assume that Katie is moving adjournment. David is saying seconded. All those in favor, raise your hands and jump up and down. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Stay well, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And this meeting is adjourned.